Planning Applications Committee meeting of the Tuesday, 24th of May 2016. Can you note that this meeting may be recorded and subsequently made available for the public for listening, and could make sure everyone has got their phone switched off or on flight mode, please. Can you confirm the Sederunt, please?
Good morning. We have 18 members present. We are quorate, and I have an apology from Councillor Syme. Councillor Ian Crothers and Councillor McGregor are not present, but may be along later in the meeting.
Any declarations of interest? Ivor?
Chair, item 5, one of the objectors listed is a family through marriage relative.
Peter?
Both objectors and supporters, and I'm happy that in neither case will it affect my judgment. Item 14, I know the applicant and will stand down for that.
Thanks, Peter. Aaron?
Item 11, I'm a relative of the applicant.
Yeah. No others? We confirm the minutes of the previous meeting. Could you outline the procedures to be followed?
The Planning Applications Committee will consider each application in turn as detailed on the agenda. The case officer or other appointed officer will make a short presentation addressing the determining issues accompanied by digital images. Any late information, amendments or corrections will be reported at this time. Members may ask questions of officers following the presentation on points of clarification. The chairman has been provided with a list of eligible representatives who have registered to speak at this meeting within the period specified in council policy. No other persons will be allowed to speak. The chairman will individually invite those who have registered in advance to speak to make their presentation, after which they may be questioned by committee members. No questions may be asked of members. The order of eligible parties being heard will be as follows: third parties objecting to an application, third parties supporting an application, statutory consultees objecting to an application, elected members of Dumfries and Galloway Council who are not members of the Planning Applications Committee. Such members should withdraw from the committee chamber after making their presentation. Applicants or their agents. Representatives will have been placed in alphabetical order, and a copy of the public speaking list is available from the committee officer taking notes of our proceedings. Presentations will be strictly limited to 3 minutes per person, excepting for national and major developments, which by their very nature are more complex, where the time limit will be 5 minutes. The chairman of the committee will ask you to come to a conclusion if you take too long. Representatives are encouraged to use the time allotted to clarify any points they consider material and address the determining issues. Certain matters are not normally material planning considerations and will not be taken into account by the council when deciding on a planning application. Representatives should not raise any new matters without explaining why they were not raised earlier with the case officer. Please do not repeat what is in the report, as members will have already read the report. After all the representations have been heard, the meeting is then in formal session, and no members of the public may address the committee from the public gallery. The Planning Applications Committee will then proceed to determine the application, or where appropriate, agree a recommendation to be made to full council, who will determine the application. And the chair has asked me to draw members' attention to item 9. Mr. and Mrs. Turtle have now been allowed to speak in place of previous owners of the property This is due to the rights being assigned. The Chair has sought governance and legal advice on this matter and is exercising his discretion and has allowed the applicants, Mr and Mrs Turtle, to speak.
Thank you, Lucy. David?
Thank you, Chair. Just a little point that unfortunately we've discovered a technical problem which has resulted in a number of representations which were timorously received not appearing in the report. It's just not automatically transferred into the committee reports. But all the parties which are eligible to speak have been informed. So really it's a procedural update just to let members know that on items 5, 6 and 8 there are additional parties that should have appeared in your report but unfortunately didn't. But as I say, all parties were notified of their eligibility to speak. For item 5, that's Kathleen Martin with an objector which was omitted from page 54. For item 6, there's a Mr and Mrs Owen, Mr and Mrs C Owen, Mr and Mrs G Owen, Mr and Mrs D Graham, and Mr Ian Dick, not the same I assume. J G Spence and the Langham Initiative supporters were omitted from page 97, but again have been notified. Item 8, there's a Mr and Mrs Drew as objectors were omitted but were notified of their eligibility to speak. So we're working hard to try and make sure that this issue won't crop up again, so apologies for that.
Thank you, David. We on to item 4 on the agenda, Atkinson Place, St Mary Street, Kirkcudbright, 14/P/2/0307 and 15/P/2/0308. And this is an item deferred from the meeting of the 22nd of March 2016. Lucy, could you let them know who is eligible to take part in this?
The members that are eligible to take part in the determination of this item is Councillor Martin, Councillor Blake, Councillor Dick, Councillor Geddes, Councillor Gilroy, Councillor Hislop, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Maitland, Councillor McCaughtrey, Councillor McComb, Councillor McKee, Councillor Ogilvie, Councillor Syme and Councillor Witts.
Thank you. Judith speaking on this one. Judith?
Yes, thank you, Chair. This application was deferred for a site visit which was carried out on the 21st of April. I'll just quickly run through the presentation. This is the application site outlined in red. The houses, 17 houses, are 19th century almshouses. As a group, they're C-listed and within the conservation area of Kirkcudbright. This is a block plan. Unfortunately, it's not quite the same orientation. It's switched on its side, showing the arrangement of the blocks of houses around an open courtyard, which is laid out as a drying green. The blocks are referred to in the next drawings slides, which is block 1 is the one on the bottom right-hand side, a single dwelling, block 2 along St Mary's Street next to it, block 3 along the top, and block 4, well, along the side, and block 4 along the top. There's the elevations of block 1. This is a single unit on St Mary's Street. The northwest elevation is the one fronting St Mary's Street, and you can see the existing are on the top and the proposed elevations on the bottom. And with each slide to come, the proposed windows are shown on the bottom of the slide. This is the same for block 2. It's also fronting St Mary's Street with the top elevation, the one and the third one down would be the ones on St Mary's Street, existing and proposed. Block 3, it's the one that's running along the end of the development, with the existing and proposed, and block 4, it's along the back. This is the window sections. On here is shown the jambs, the top and bottom rails, and the meeting rail. This is an additional detail I requested to show how the bottom rail would sit on the sill in the external wall. This is details of the astragals, which would be applied to the surface of the glass and clipped in. They would not be an integral part of the window like they are with timber windows, where each pane is inserted separately, each pane of glass inserted separately into the timber frame. Moving on to the images now. This is taken from Daar Road, looking across St Mary Street. You can see the single unit block 1 to the right-hand side, block 2 immediately in front. Panning along to the left-hand side, you get number 6, which is at the end of block 3. And this is looking inside from just outside block 1 to, so block 2 is along your left-hand side, block 3 is facing it, and block 4 on the right-hand side. And this is panning right along to the end of block 4. This one is taken from just where we've been looking at from previous image back towards St Mary Street, which is through the close, and that's unit 1, block 1, and block 2 on the right-hand side. This is the rear of block 3, taken from the entrance to Mans Place, which is just on St Mary Street. A couple of images of the windows. These are first floor windows to block 3, and a ground floor window, close-up of a ground floor window to block 2. As discussed in the report, the applications are recommended for refusal because the use of non-traditional materials in sensitive historic buildings is considered unacceptable, and the proposal would be contrary to local development plan policies OP1, OP2 and HE2.
Thank you, Judith. Members, now in session. David.
Thanks, Chair. I think a lot of the windows were very interesting to have a look at, and I thought they fitted in well with the area. There was one or two actual window frames that probably needed replaced, but in general I would have thought that a painting and a wee bit of maintenance work done on them, that generally they would have been totally satisfactory, and I certainly would support keeping them in place and not replacing them by plastic windows.
Thank you, David. Pat.
Yes, I've just got one or two questions. I notice here, Councillor Wiper, when he, at 1.2, he states that the use of UPVC does not actually contravene our policies, and I'd just like clarification on that. And I also notice in the representations that Mrs. Woodley from the Architectural Heritage Society is in support of this, which I find unusual because she is not normally supportive of things like this. I think probably we would have seen her before. And I just would like to sort of, there was a hodgepodge of windows there when we were there that day. They're not all the same. They're in different states of repair. I went into the house of one of the residents and she invited me in, which was very nice. And in the winter, she's cold because there's no double glazing, there's nothing. And in the summer, it gets quite hot and she has to stand on a chair in order to open the window in her kitchen to let air go through her house. And in this day and age, I think that is totally inappropriate and not the right kind of thing we want to be having within houses that are deemed suitable for older people and possibly people with disabilities. So I think we have to look. I know we're looking at the building, but I think we also have to look at the people who are living in the buildings and actually go back and do a bit of history and why the buildings are there. And as you said, they're old almshouses and they're there for people who were perhaps in years gone by very poor and needed help. Now they're just there for people who have, the church thinks that they're appropriate housing for them. And we should look after these people and make their houses comfortable, warm and safe. And if we do not have a policy, if it's just an opinion, then I think we should let this application go forward and let them get these houses up to standards and suitable for the people who are living there. Big petition, all the people want it. Nobody seems to be objecting except us. And I'm not sure that that's a very good way to be.
Thanks, Patty. David?
Okay, quite a number of issues there. Starting with the policy issue. The principal policy here is HE1 in the LDP on listed buildings. And that states that the council needs to be satisfied that proposals to extend or alter a listed building respect the appearance, character and architectural features which contribute to its listing and do not seek to overwhelm or otherwise damage its original character and appearance. So no, there isn't something that expressly says thou shalt not have UPVC windows, but clearly the intention here is that you shouldn't be damaging the original character or appearance or otherwise affecting the architectural features which contribute to its listing. So we're quite comfortable that you shouldn't be having that. We have a long history of having refused, both under delegated powers and indeed at committee, applications for UPVC windows in listed buildings. Indeed, there's one just last year at Langshaw House near Lockerbie, which was refused under delegated powers, went to the LRB, and also the listed building consent applications went to appeal after being refused. And the reporter had a look at that one. It was a retrospective one, and he considered that, quote, the use of modern UPVC material is incongruous and does not preserve the special features of the listed building, and it's unacceptable, was his phrase. So there is quite a long history of that. In terms of the Pat Woodley's comments, she objected to the original application. Quite why she withdrew this time round, I don't know. I can't really comment on that. In terms of the hodgepodge of windows, yes, that's part of the history of it. You do have some casement windows there, but the vast majority of windows are traditional, original timber sash and case. The casement ones are still painted timber. So really, what I would say to members is that there's two tests here. First of all, has it been satisfactorily demonstrated to members, especially those who went on site and saw it, that the windows are beyond reasonable repair? There's been no information submitted by the applicant to demonstrate that, and certainly from my inspection of the windows on site, I'm quite satisfied, like Councillor McKee was, that yes, they need a bit of paint, but there's nothing there that says they're beyond reasonable repair. If you are satisfied that they are beyond reasonable repair and have to be replaced rather than repaired, then all the same issues which have been flagged up in terms of better insulation, ease of opening, the noise insulation, all those things, they could actually be satisfactorily addressed with a timber double glazed window, which would still be traditional and it would still allow all that. Now that, obviously we haven't got to that stage yet because the issue of the replacement repair issue hasn't been fully explored. But if it was satisfactorily demonstrated that those windows did need to be replaced, then we would be quite comfortable with timber double glazed windows, which would have the ease of opening. It's just really, it's the material here, and there's a long history, as I read out there, of modern materials like this being unacceptable in historic buildings. The only other issue which might give the applicant's case here some credibility is the issue of its lower maintenance to have UPVC. UPVC is not maintenance free because the seals go in double glazed windows and you've then got to replace the entire window rather than with a wood timber one where you can just repair it. But ultimately, if you have a listed building in a conservation area, I'm afraid you have responsibilities to maintain the historic character of that, and you shouldn't just be jumping straight to UPVC as a solution.
Yeah, Ian?
Thanks, Chair. Just for the record, although I wasn't on the site visit itself, I visited the buildings several days before. I was quite satisfied that we were getting to a stage where the windows were getting beyond repair and probably need a higher level of maintenance than perhaps the capital cost of replacement might be. I haven't seen the quality of those UPVC windows there. I think they're getting to a stage now where I find it very difficult to tell the difference between that material and a painted timber one. What I'm inclined to do, because I think if you look at the start of the papers under council priorities, there are two for me which are overriding in this case: to help older and vulnerable people live healthy and independent lives, and to ensure our older and vulnerable people receive the care and support they need. I think on that basis, if we are saying that this is the recommendation is consistent with policy, then I would move approval on the basis that there is a reason for exception to policy in this case. on those grounds.
Thank you, Ian. Ivor?
Chair, can you just remind me what the architectural reason that this building was listed, and I believe it's listed as third category, so it's least important listing. Can you just remind me why and what effect would changing the plastic windows and wooden ones, was that part of the actual listing, or is that just something that we've agreed that it would change the effect?
David?
When buildings are listed, it's actually undertaken by the Scottish ministers. And when a building is listed, it's the entirety of the building. And there's no actual pecking order, if you like, that you can do things in category C's that you can't do in category A. It's purely a definition of its status, of its importance. That particular building, if it's A listed, would be of national importance, B listed as regional importance, and C listed as local importance. But they are still listed and treated with the same criteria, whether they're A, B, or C. So it's not like you've got a C, so it doesn't really matter.
Ivor?
Chair, but earlier Mr. Sutty said that the change in plastic to wood would have an effect on the architectural reason why it was listed. What is that reason that it was listed? Is it listed because it has wooden windows? Or is it listed because of the brickwork around the windows? Or what is the reason for actually listing the building? Because if the windows aren't part of the reason for listing it, why does it have an architectural effect on the listing of that building?
The building would have been listed because of its overall architectural character and its significance in Kirkcudbright. So you've got a whole courtyard there of buildings which are deemed to have historic and architectural merit by Historic Scotland. So the entire buildings are listed. You would never, to my knowledge, have a building that is listed just because of its windows. It's because the whole collection of buildings, if you like, results in the historical and architectural merit being that. Now, it will have historical integrity because most of the windows are still original.
Back in the now, Ivor.
Chair, I have a listed building that I own, and the reason it was listed was because of the stonework at the top, the height of the windows, their full height windows that are in the building. And it is quite specific as to the reason why the building was listed. What was the reason this one was listed? Is it something to do with the windows?
Again, I think we're slightly going around in circles. It was listed by Historic Scotland because they obviously considered the buildings themselves had architectural and historical merit. And you can get unusual cases. I mean, I can think of a cruck-framed shed out at Cannonby that is listed just because it was an early example of a cruck frame. But in most cases, it's because the building has an architectural and or historical quality. And that's all I'm aware of in this case. The buildings aren't listed because of their windows, but the building is listed and therefore the windows automatically assume the listing.
Jane?
Well, speaking as an admirer of Councillor Hislop's possessions, actually, I know why his has been listed, because it has got very special windows, and I quite understand that. But I understand what is being said in terms of the officer with respect to this collection of buildings being a particular grouping. It's rather like Parton, the almshouses in Parton. They've got a special rhythm to themselves, and they're part of a group. And that's what you see, and that's what adds to Kirkcudbright. And it's why, clearly, there was a suggestion that this should be listed, albeit at the lowest listing. In terms of our policies, I am not absolutely clear that the case has been made that these are unrepairable. Having replaced all my own windows in a listed building, and repaired them. Sorry, did I say replaced? I meant repaired. Repaired all the wooden windows. I know it's perfectly possible to do it, and in fact, actually cheaper than double glazing in UPVC. There is an issue. I understand where Councillor Gilroy is coming from, but are we now going to say that as long as you're an elderly occupant, of a listed building in a conservation area, you can have a plastic window. I don't think that's what our policies actually should be about. It's about physical planning. And while we obviously must take into account if there are any special considerations here from physical planning point of view, they're not in front of me here, Chairman. I don't see them. My instinct is to maintain the integrity of that group of buildings, including their old windows, and to ask the owners actually to make good those windows, because the critical thing is that they should be properly working, and there is no reason at all why you can't make an old window work properly, given skilled tradespeople who certainly abound in the Stewartshire area. It's not a problem. So I do understand where people are coming from, but in this particular instance, I think it is really incumbent on us to maintain our own policies. If we want to change our policies, the LDP is coming up. Let us have a discussion about plastic windows, by all means. But let's continue to look at our own policies as they exist currently.
Thank you, Chairman. I could fully understand why they were concerned about replacing timber windows with UPVC in the past, but in recent years, manufacture has improved so dramatically that it's very, very, very difficult to tell the difference. We saw the sample through here at the first meeting, and other than literally going up and physically touching it and looking at it at close range, I could not tell the difference. They look very, very high quality. I would support Patsy's view. I think that the time has come that we have to change, that we have to move on, that there would make no aesthetic difference to the property whatsoever if these were installed there.
Thanks, Ian. Can I say I would go with the officer's recommendation, because I don't think we're saying anything that can't replace the windows. We're saying the windows have got to be replaced or repaired up to a standard, like, and there's no reason why it can't be done with wood. So, as I say, if David or Jane has made that there, I'll second the recommendation if Jane put that forward.
Yeah, it's just your last comment there, that I was on the site visit too, and yes, there's probably no cause that all 102 windows should need to be replaced, but certainly a lot of these windows really must be replaced or beyond repair. If you were to go along a part approval, if that was possible, I can appreciate it probably wouldn't be possible, but a part removal, then you would get hodgepodge of windows. This is an opportunity to bring these buildings up to date sympathetically and with no aesthetic difference to the property.
Ian, no amount. We'll get the back.
Thank you. Well, you know, I've listened to everybody, but actually, in this case, I just think, I'm really sorry to say it, because I do understand the historic things and the conservation areas, but I do think the people that live in there are more important, and I think we want to make them have a very easy, warm, secure house to live in. And it's been put forward to us by the applicant that the way they want to do this is by installing these windows, and I have to say I can't disagree with them. So if Councillor Dick has put forward, I'll happily second him on that.
David?
Just to reiterate, there's absolutely no reason why you can't achieve that with timber windows. If you've got double glazed timber windows, you will get the noise insulation, you'll get the heat insulation, you'll get the ease of operation.
That's it.
We have to deal with what's in front of us, and that's not what's in front of us. We're always told that.
Hi, thanks, Chair. I'll maybe need to go to Specsavers, but what I've seen of those windows, there was very few needed any timber replacements on them. I think there was two around where we went to the back of one strip of buildings, and I think there was two sills or bottom rails in the windows that were actually rotten, that you could see were rotten. To me, the rest of them, coat of paint was what was needed, but with regards to the opening and closing, a bit of maintenance was required by the owners of those houses. And I think they're just trying to avoid doing the maintenance that's required. And a coat of paint would work wonders for it. So I certainly don't agree that we need to replace the lot with plastic. And there's also, you've also got double glazed, no double glazing, but an additional panel that you can fit inside the windows. A secondary panel, I'm getting told here, and that does the same job. So there's certainly no need to go to the expense of replacing windows. Do a bit of repair, and that'd be more like it. Thanks, Chair.
The vote.
Okay, we have a motion put forward by Councillor Dick and seconded by Councillor Gilroy, which is to depart from policy and allow the UPVC windows to be installed. And the amendment put forward by Councillor Maitland and seconded by Councillor Martin is to go with the officer's recommendation to refuse the application. Councillor Martin.
Sorry, Chair, can I just check that when you're saying approve, if you are going to approve it, can I suggest there's a few things that have not been fully resolved yet, so they should be subject to conditions. There's no details given about trickle vents, which is something you would need to know about. We would need a method statement for how the windows are actually going to be fitted to avoid damage to the buildings, and another condition about the details of the fitting, just to ensure there's no damage to the listed building. So if that's okay with that, thanks.
Jane. For the vote.
Would those conditions include issues about the size of astragals, the thickness of the framing, and the spacer bar colours, all of which will actually change the appearance of that building? Would those conditions cover that?
The difficulty is we've actually, as Councillor Gilroy just pointed out, that's not what's before us. This is what's been submitted. They've shown those windows. There are some details which we would need to see about their fitting and their actual operation, but it's what's before you. They're stick-on astragals. They're not integral, and we just have to live with that.
Vote, Lucy.
Councillor Martin.
Yeah. Amendment.
Councillor Blake.
Motion.
Councillor Dick.
Motion.
Councillor Geddes.
Motion.
Councillor Gilroy. Councillor Hislop. Councillor McGregor. Councillor Maitland.
Amendment.
Councillor McCoftry. Councillor McComb.
Motion.
Councillor McKee. Councillor Ogilvie.
Amendment.
Councillor Witt.
Motion.
And I can confirm that the motion to depart from officer's recommendation carries with 8 votes to 5. Just to check that, change that to depart from policy.
Thanks, Lucy. Can we go to item 5? Land to the east of Blackcraig Hill, High Auldgirth, Dumfries, Blackwood Wind Farm, 12/B/3/0/060. We've got Lindsay Cameron.
Chair, can we get the other members in that left there?
Are you ready?
Okay, starting off with the location plan. The application site is located immediately to the west of the existing Dalswinton Wind Farm, which is already quite a prominent feature on the skyline to the north of Dumfries. The village of Auldgirth and A76 are located approximately 2 kilometres from the nearest turbine to the west of the site. Park and Close Burn are located 2.8 and 4.4 kilometres respectively to the northwest, and Dumfries is approximately 10 kilometres to the south. The proposed wind farm, which comprises 5 turbines, would occupy the western slopes of Pennyland Burn, a steep valley between Fern Hill, where Dalswinton Wind Farm is located, to the east, and Blackcraig Hill to the west. The site is bounded to the north by the Clockery Plantation and Clockery Hill, and to the south by Mulla. The land uses around the proposed site are predominantly based on forestry and agricultural grassland. The Auldgirth shooting ground occupies an area in and around Glenloy Forest within the northern part of the site. The other notable part of the development is the new 1.2 kilometre section of private access track, which is shown in pink towards the middle lower section of the slide, which will be routed around Low Auldgirth through open agricultural land to rejoin the existing private roads above Low Auldgirth. The 5 turbines would be 3-bladed horizontal access turbines. 3 of the turbines, turbines 1, 3 and 5, would be up to 100 metres hub height and 140 metres to blade tip. The remaining 2 turbines would be of 80 metres to hub height and 120 metres to tip, the typical rating of 2.05 megawatts. The proposals also include a permanent mast of 80 metres in height. And this is the typical elevations of the proposed control building. This slide shows turbine development within 10 kilometres, 15 turbines of 120 metres to blade tip, and Hairstains, which is located approximately 6 kilometres to the north-east and comprises 71 turbines of 125 metres to tip. There are no other wind farm proposals consented, under construction or at application stage within this area. This slide shows the proposed wind farm and those within 10 kilometres in relation to the landscape character types. The Blackwood turbines would straddle the upland fringe and the foothills with forest landscape character types, with Dalswinton located solely within the foothills landscape character type, and Hairstains predominantly also within that landscape character type. But the existence of Dalswinton and Hairstains limit the capacity for further development in the foothills with forest landscape character type. Again, this shows a closer view of the application site, the 5 turbines, and also its relation to Dalswinton Wind Farm and the landscape character types. The foothills with forest landscape character type, which is shown in blue, has a medium landscape and visual sensitivity to the large typology, whereas the A fringe, which is shown in red, has a high landscape and visual sensitivity. This slide shows the relationship of the Blackwood turbines in relation to Dalswinton. Dalswinton already impacts on the area, but the turbines form a discrete group and tend to be set back behind Dalswinton Wood. Blackwood turbines, however, would form a secondary grouping rather than being a natural extension, and this is at least part of the reasoning for a poor landscape fit and awkward relationship to Dalswinton. The ZTV indicates the potential visibility of the proposals would be extensive within Lower and Mid Nithsdale, particularly between Dumfries and up to Drumlanrig. There would also be additional visibility across Mid Annandale, with some limited visibility in the wider upland areas. This is a zoomed in view to the ZTV at 15 kilometres. Blackwood would be a prominent valley edge feature in the local to medium range views. The main visual effects are anticipated to be in relation to the sensitive skyline, including the Mulloch, appreciated from the area between Lower and Mid Nithsdale, including the A76, views to and from Dalswinton, Cow Hill, and a potential for a number of other historic and designed landscapes.
Also local residential receptors in Mid and Lower Nithsdale, including Closeburn, Thornhill, Barndena, Duncow, Kirkton, Penpont and Kirkcudbright Mill. This slide shows the landscape designations in areas surrounding the site which have the potential to be adversely affected by the wind farm. The regional scenic areas are the areas hatched in dark blue. The inventory and non-inventory gardens and designed landscapes are hatched in purple and yellow. Unfortunately, the yellow is not particularly clear. And core paths are shown in purple. This is perhaps a clearer slide of the inventory and non-inventory gardens and designed landscapes, the density and distribution of which is quite notable. They make an important contribution to the landscape, and it's considered that Blackwood proposals in themselves and in addition to Dalswinton would diminish the visual focus and detract from the existing quality and scenery. This slide shows the wire lines from Dalswinton and Cow Hill designed landscapes from which it's considered there would be a significant adverse impact. It's also anticipated there would be similarly significant visual effects either on views from or settings of other designed landscapes in short range, including Friars Carse, Blackwood, Portrack, Barjarg Tower and Duncow. The proposed means of access to the site would be via the A76 to Auldgirth, then east onto the minor roads, proceeding onto the U492, which is road between the Auldgirth Inn and Auldgirth Village Hall, which is the minor road in the centre of the photograph. And this road leads to Low Auldgirth via a bridge over the railway line. Moving along the minor road, this photograph is taken to the eastern side of the railway bridge and looks along the minor road towards Low Auldgirth. Given the constraints of the private road between Low and High Auldgirth, a new private access track is proposed, and it be routed around Low Auldgirth through open agricultural land, entering the field to the left of the photo, just after the telegraph pole in the centre of the photograph. This photo is taken from further up the private access road, looking back in a westerly direction across the area where the new section of access track would be formed in the open agricultural land in the centre of the photograph. Panning round to the right, the length of track would emerge through a break in the trees to the left of the photo before winding up the hillside to a point where this photograph is taken, where it would rejoin the private road. This photograph is taken up at the turbine site from the hillside directly to the west of the proposed turbine siting. Turbines 1, 3 and 5 would be set down the slope at the foot of the narrow valley, and turbines 1 and 3 would be located in the forest to be felled in the left-hand half of the photograph, and turbine 5 would be within the grazing land to the right. Turbines 2 and 4 would also be erected on grazing land, but on the upper slopes of the valley. And Dalswinton Wind Farm can be seen on Fern Hill to the east. This photo is taken from the existing access track in the northern part of the site at Glenloy. It looks in a southerly direction towards the site for Turbine 3, the construction compound and one of the borrow pits. And again, Dalswinton Wind Farm is visible to the left. This slide shows the view from the Mullagh Hill Fort, which lies approximately 1 kilometre to the south of the proposed turbine site, and shows the site in the context of Dalswinton Wind Farm. It's considered there would be significant adverse effects on the landscape character and experience of the local area of the upland fringe and foothills and forest landscape character types that make up the Pennyland Burn Valley and setting as a result of the height of the turbines in relation to the smaller scale of the upland fringe landscape and the awkward grouping in themselves and in relation to Dalswinton Wind Farm. The following 3 slides show shorter range views. This is the view from High Auldgirth, a cluster of residential properties approximately 780 metres from the closest turbine. At this location, the hub and or blade tips of the other turbines would be visible. Unfortunately, the visualisations are not particularly clear, making it difficult to see the turbine blades in the photograph. As noted in the report, unfortunately, many of the visualisations are not of particularly good quality and do not adequately represent the proposals and their relationship to Dalswinton Farm.
The failings in the photo montages do compromise their use in the assessment of the effect. This is a view from Annan Road in Auldgirth, which is on the valley floor immediately to the west. Given the intervening topography, I would largely screen the proposals in these near-range views. Effects are not considered to be significant. However, the intrusion of the rotor blades would be incongruous and of concern from valley floor locations such as this. Again, it's the valley floor location immediately to the west, where views would often be restricted by intervening topography and landscaping. This is a photo taken from the A76 adjacent to Muirside, which is just north of Hollywood. It's located on a stretch of the tourist route where views are open, and it's considered that effects would be significant and adverse. The proposed turbine route would introduce an additional skyline feature with an awkward relationship to Dulswinton and would impinge on the setting of the Mulloch as it's appreciated in short to mid-range views such as this in Lower and Mid-Nithsdale. From this location, Dulswinton Wind Farm is clearly visible on the skyline and making the failings with the visualisations again quite clear. In an attempt to better represent the actual view, this slide includes a photograph taken from a similar location and shows more clearly the existing turbines at Dulswinton together with the location of the proposed turbines directly to the east of the peak of the Mulloch. This is a view from Shawsholme Road on the southern edge of Closeburn, where the Dulswinton turbines are again clearly visible on the skyline, and it's considered the proposed turbines would have a significant adverse effect. Proposals would register as a prominent feature less set back from the valley edge than Dulswinton. It's a view from the southern edge of Thornhill, travelling south on the A76. Again, the Dulswinton turbines are already a prominent feature, and as with effects on Closeburn, it's considered that the proposed turbines would have significant adverse effects on the views from Thornhill and on the stretch of the A76 heading south to Closeburn. This is a view from Barndennoch, which is a farm and a cluster of houses located on the C125 public road, which runs south from Penpont and Keir Mill. Again, the impacts from this location are considered to be significant and adverse. And the final slide is a wireline visualisation of the proposed wind farm from the A75 bypass just west of Dulscone. This is an example of the longer range views. Dulswinton is already prominent, again, in views from these settled lowland areas, and Blackwood would further extend the spread of wind farm development as a characteristic of the skyline. However, again, the visualisations don't really adequately represent the proposals. In conclusion, the proposals would introduce large-scale wind farm development into the sensitive A-fringe unit of the upland fringe, where it would have a significant adverse impact on the scale and character of the landscape, its setting and the wider environment. And it would have a significant adverse effect on the sensitive skyline in views from A76, which is a key tourist route, the settlements of Closeburn and Thornhill, designed landscapes and historic gardens, and local roads, footpaths and residential properties in Lower and Mid-Nithsdale. Consequently, the proposal fails to accord with the provisions of the development plan, and there are no material considerations of sufficient weight to override the presumption in favour of the development plan, and therefore the application is recommended for refusal for the reasons set out in the report.
Thank you. Points of clarification from Lindsay. Ian?
Thanks, Chair. Just a question about the council's landscape architect. The 76 being a key tourist route, does that have the same classification as the 713? Since I was only in it, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought our tourist route ran from Gretna to Dalbeattie, Castle Douglas, and then up into Ayrshire. Has this got the same national classification?
Lindsay?
I've not checked the classification of the various tourist routes, but certainly the A76 is a major road within the region and clearly identified as a tourist route.
Alistair?
Thank you, Chair. Of all the presentations we've had about wind farms, this is the first one where there was a slide showing the location of gardens. Is there a particular reason for that? Do you feel that should be highlighted.
Yes, the impact on inventory and non-inventory designed landscapes is part of the reason for refusal, and therefore it is quite key in the consideration of this application.
Other members? Got the objectors. Could have Penelope Cole, please. You've got 3 minutes, Penelope. I'll let you know 30 seconds to go.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity of speaking. The case officer and landscape architect have produced a thorough assessment and report, for which I thank them. I've just got a few extra points to make. Firstly, Auldgirth and District Community Council was in abeyance at the time of the application awaiting a by-election. Kirkcudbright Community Council objected to the proposal, but their response was received after the public consultation period closed. Secondly, there is a conflict of land use, with one turbine being on land that has permanent planning permission for a shooting ground. And thirdly, this wind farm is not on a distant hilltop. Most of the village of Auldgirth is within the wind farm site and closer to the turbines than the A76, which is said to be 2.1 kilometres away. Parts of Auldgirth are within 2 kilometres of the turbines, which is insufficient community separation. And finally, this is the only wind farm that I can find in Scotland with third-party land and property with no financial interest included within the site. Despite the best efforts of the planning office to get a list of the names of the property owners after the application had been submitted, they only got a list of addresses. And there are still properties and land within the wind farm site that have not been listed. For example, DGHP, who own land and houses. Dumfries and Galloway Council own the football pitch and the play park. Network Rail, the village hall. Transport Scotland, who own land next to the A76. Auldgirth has been blighted for over 4 years by being within a wind farm site. Please refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Penny. Members?
Just on the landowner thing about Network Rail and the DGHP and things, I don't. Could you just explain that a bit further? What's not happened?
On an application form, you actually have to put down all the people who own land within the site. When the application was submitted, there was one landowner put down and 2 tenants. And all the rest of the property owners weren't added onto the application form. When this was pointed out to the planning office, they asked the developer to include the list of the other property owners, and all their solicitor could come up with was a list of the other addresses of the houses within the village. The people actually received a letter saying, "Dear owner, your house has been put in a wind farm site."
Do you remember? Jim?
Penny, did you say that Kirkcudbright Community Council objected, and are you suggesting that their objection wasn't accepted because it was submitted after the consultation period?
Yes. Kirkcudbright Community Council objected. The consultation period and public consultation period ended on the 30th of March, and their response was received by the planning office on the Saturday morning, the 1st of April. And so there is a letter on the planning website saying that it was not taken into account.
Thanks for that, Penny. I'll take it up with planning officers later, but I thought community councils could object at any time. Thanks for your response, Penny.
Thank you.
Any other members? No. Thanks, Penny. Could I have Guy Willoughby, please? And you've got 3 minutes, and I'll let you know 30 seconds to go. You can make it.
3 minutes. Yes, I've got 6 minutes because I'm doing 2 presentations and I need to turn her over.
I've got you doing to speak again. So 6 minutes.
And can we have the curtains drawn? I'm a resident of Closeburn, and I'm also representing the Leaf Trust environmental charity. Where do I have to point it? Okay, I'll try and run through this really quickly. This is a wire diagram, which you've seen earlier, and it's from Closeburn. But when you look at this one, you can see just one and a tiny bit of tips of Dalswinton. This is from the planning application. This is from the photograph underneath it, which is flipping hard to see until you actually zoom in on it and do what the human eye does. And actually on figure 9.6, there are 12 visible Dalswinton turbines. So the wire diagram has misled you. What does 140 metres look like? 140 metres would be the highest turbines in southwest Scotland. Those are the Red Road flats that have recently been demolished. They were 89 metres high. The planning officer has recommended refusal of this site because 140 metres on the edge of the Thornhill Regional Scenic Area is described as wrong. I'm just going to gallop on to traffic management. A couple of these slides you've seen before. That's a wind farm entrance onto a public road from Dalswinton. People know other wind farm entrances onto public roads. This is the proposed one, which you've already seen is between the Auldgirth Inn and the village hall. And actually, I've done a line across to the village hall door, going up the U492. That photograph I took last week is from where people can sit at the pub. Trying to turn the thing over. And that's the downhill side from Auldgirth, from Lower Auldgirth, where it's a steep downhill and a tight turn to the back of the pub, which wouldn't really seem very suitable. This one is taken from figure 9 at the executive summary at the beginning. In fact, you've already been shown this slide. This is described as, on figure 9, as the railway bridge at Auldgirth with seemingly two-way traffic. You can also just see Lower Auldgirth and Higher Auldgirth at the back, and that ridge at the back, the left-hand ridge at the back, is where you've been shown where the wind turbines would be. But just remember, that's described as figure 9, the railway bridge at Auldgirth. That's a photograph I took of the same bridge walking backwards 4 strides. As you can see, it's not the public railway bridge. It's the closed A76 road bridge from over 20 years ago. Quite why the developer put in the other photograph, instead of walking back 5 yards over the lock gate and past the pedestrian sign. Again, I think he's just misleading the councillors. That entrance, that closed entrance, is about 100 yards from the drive of the owner. That is actually the railway bridge. There's an old Land Rover parked on side. As you can see, it's a little tiny railway bridge, single track road. Very different from the one you've been shown in figure 9. And just talking about vehicles, I've taken a screenshot from their developers, figure 10.8. As you can see, it says vehicles per hour during month 5 of development, 254 vehicles per hour, which is 1 every 14 seconds. Also in figure 11.6, they talk about 3,488 HGV movements. I don't consider 3,488 vehicle movements, HGV movements, between the Auldgirth pub and the village hall suitable. And even on figure 10.67, they describe it as a significant impact. And finally, not in the executive summary, but tucked into page 381, if you bother to read that file, it actually says, Dumfries and Galloway Council have advised that the junction of 492 and 541 at the Auldgirth Inn, appropriate improvements would not appear feasible. The local plan states it is unsuitable for any significant increase in vehicle movements. But the developer is talking about putting in 3,488 trucks. It's just, for me as a local resident who wants to use the pub, it's unacceptable. Noise impact, this is a hugely complicated table. I won't really bother to show it to you, except for the fact that it describes Auchencairn, the resident of where Olive Repton lives, and Mike Steele, and also Clockery, where there's plans for an environmental project, as taking part in this
30
project.
seconds, Guy.
Okay. There was nothing put there. You're going to have to add on seconds for technical problems. There's the new noise monitoring. The table is wrong. They've misled you. And another one. Great Scrolls, that's the first map you were shown. As you can see, the turbines are in open fields. You saw it earlier, and it was described for Goshawk Red Squirrels. Next slide. Lots of quotes about it. It's all rubbish because...
Had your 6 minutes. Guy.
Okay, listen. They've used the wrong map. That is the actual map. And it's full of forestry. And they've misled you by showing maps with open fields.
Right, thanks.
There you go. Thank you very much for listening.
Members, any questions? Guy, can you remain in your seat, please? Could you remain in your seat? Guy, could you remain in your seat in case there are any members' questions? There may not be. Members, anything? Nope. No. Right. Thanks again, Guy. Oh, thanks.
You seem to be saying that we've been misled.
Yes, you've been misled on noise, you've been misled on maps, you've been misled on visual impact, and you've been misled on road access.
Yeah, no other.
You say we're being misled, but the reporter, the planning officer, has taken these into consideration and recommended refusal of the application. I take it you would agree with it?
Yes, if you go to my last slide, my last bullet point, which I was cut off with, says the recommendation of the planning officer is absolutely correct to recommend refusal.
No members? Right, thanks again, Guy. Thank you. And you've got 3 minutes, and I'll let you know 30 seconds to go.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take 2 minutes. David will take about 1, hopefully. Mr. Chairman, councillors, thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. Over the next few minutes, I wish to highlight why Blackwood should be granted consent. The planning officer and statutory consultees agree that there are no significant effects from the wind farm which will weigh in the planning balance in respect of noise, shadow flicker ecology, ornithology, cultural heritage, traffic and transport, aviation, or any other relevant matter. Thank you.
We asked earlier on for all phones to be switched off. Someone not in. Is that you, Tom? No. Time's been taken into consideration.
Okay, thank you. The only subject area where there are considered to be the potential for effects are in landscape and visual impact. The EAS, of course, reports some significant landscape and visual effects associated with the wind farm, not uncommon for a commercial scale wind farm. The Blackwood Wind Farm's landscape effects are limited to close proximity to the site. The visual effects would be of a very similar nature to the existing Dalswinton Wind Farm. I've therefore contrasted your officer's report with the report to committee on the Dalswinton Wind Farm itself, a scheme where I was planning agent. In that report, it was noted that the wind farm would cause significant visual effects from certain locations, but they were considered to be acceptable because of the degree of visual containment, limited number of dwellings and settlements affected, and the layout and scale of the site, which was in keeping with the existing landscape. The landscape has not changed significantly in that time, other than the introduction of Dalswinton, so I'm not clear what has changed in terms of the officer's recommendation. Your officers rely heavily on the landscape capacity study for Dumfries and Galloway. The study notes it's a broad-based study and that each application should be considered on a case-by-case basis. It is further noted that the site is neither within an area of greatest potential or area of significant protection within the interim spatial framework for Dumfries and Galloway. It's within Group 3 of Scottish Planning Policy, i.e. an area with potential for wind farm development. It should therefore be considered on its own merits. As councillors, you need to weigh the limited landscape and visual effects of the development against the benefits the wind farm will bring to both the local economy and wider society. To help understand that process, I looked at the most recent appeal decision for a wind farm I could find from last week. In that decision, the reporter noted, referring to landscape and visual effects, that if such effects were always considered to rule out a proposal, no commercial scale wind energy project would get approved. This would be contrary to Scottish Government policy. In my view, the proposal fits with the policy premise of support for renewable energy where there are no unacceptable effects from the development expressed in policies IN1 and IN2 of your own local development plan, and of course, national policy initiatives on renewable energy. Over to David.
Thank you very much for your time. This scheme will roughly cost, if it gets approved, cost about sort of 12 to 15 million pounds worth of investment. Roughly 30% of that will go into local goods and services. That's £3.5 to £4 million into the local economy for things like sort of fencing, track building, concrete bases, and then it goes down into petrol stations, etc. The list does go on. In the medium term, there are operations and maintenance contracts for the wind farm, which again will go to local people and local firms, creating more jobs. Any rental income coming into the landowner will also enable him...
3 minutes. Thank you. We allowed you the extra time for the phone.
Thank you.
Members? Ian?
Can I just ask, I noticed you put an anemometer up in 2012. Can you give us an idea about the average wind speeds that recorded?
I don't have the average wind speeds to hand, but I can tell you that the capacity factor, which is the measurement of the productivity of the wind farm, was in the region of 30 to 35%, not dissimilar to those reported from the Dalswinton wind farm, not to be unexpected.
Jim?
I wouldn't want to start a debate about this because members will do that in session, but one quick question. Do you agree or disagree with Guy Willoughby that the bridge and the photograph and the images that were given is the one that you claim it to be? Because clearly there's a distinction. I know the area well. One goes over the river, one goes over the railway. There's no way you can be confused by it, but there's a clear assertion that you've provided the wrong image.
Well, I wasn't clear on the reference that Guy Willoughby gave, but I do accept that there was probably a mislabeling of that photograph. However, what I would say is that's not a material consideration in front of you for determination of this application. The mislabeling of a photograph is not something that you will take into account in deciding the wind farm.
No, it just concerns me about the accuracy of the report, and I'm sure members as well. But thank you for your response.
Jane?
Thank you very much. I wonder, please, if you could help us and tell us about what percentage of contribution that this particular wind farm at, I think, 10 and a half, is that right, will make to the Scottish renewables target.
In Scottish planning policy terms, any contribution to national renewable energy targets is considered to be significant and welcome. There's no requirement in policy terms to label it by way of a percentage. So it attracts significant weight and should be borne in mind in your consideration of the application.
Coming back in, Jane.
So you're not willing to tell me?
I don't have the number to hand.
Well, if we're being told that this is a material consideration, I would have thought it probably was quite important that we'd have some idea. I take your point that you're suggesting that it is a contribution, but if you want us to take into account the level and importance of that contribution, I think it would be helpful if we had some idea of what that contribution is. And you must know, in order to make a business case, what it is.
Well, the business case from the wind farm comes out the economics of wind farms. It doesn't come out of the scale of the project, because single turbine wind farm schemes can be as economic as large multi-turbine wind farms. So they're two separate points. In respect of the first point, any contribution of renewable energy into the national requirement for 100% of renewable electricity by 2020 is welcome and attracts significant weight. I recount that from numerous appeal decisions for schemes of a similar scale and nature.
Alistair?
Thank you. In our papers here, we have two objectors who say practically the same thing, which is this area has not been identified as having high wind potential. Now, you've already answered the question of Councillor Dick about an anemometer. Would that be a fair comment from the objectors, that it's compared to other wind farms, it's not really terribly efficient in terms of wind generation?
Well, again, that's a matter of basic economics. At the end of the day, we have measured the wind speeds. We see the potential for an economic wind farm on this site. Turbine technology is improving all the time. The capacity factors that I've mentioned may be exceeded in future by new turbines that come on the scene. Any wind farm development, by its very nature, is speculative. We see the potential for an economic scheme at this site. So, no, I don't agree with the assertion that there's, a low wind speed at this site. It's not a low wind speed per se at all. It's probably a medium to high wind speed site, but we can make a wind farm work here.
Thank you.
Patsy?
Just briefly, it's on the anemometer mast thing. I see that you're applying for a permanent one, and I just wonder why you need a permanent anemometer mast.
Most wind farm developments require a separate independent measuring source against which the wind turbines themselves can be judged against. So when I go and buy a turbine from a wind farm manufacturer, they say it will perform to a certain specification. The independent mast allows me to verify that the turbines are working in the way that they promised me when I bought the turbine. It's as simple as that. It's an independent way of verifying the performance of the wind turbine.
Thank you. Members? Thank you. May take your seat. Members, we're now in session. Tom?
Just move the recommendations as contained in page 52.
Sir?
I would second that, Chair.
Jim?
I am happy to agree that as well. Just a couple of questions. The one about when community councils can submit an objection or an indication of support. There shouldn't be a deadline. As far as I understand, it should be right up until the time the plan application is placed before members. That's one question. And the other one is about officers being absolutely comfortable that the images that were getting presented to us, whether they be by them or the agent applicant, are actually appropriate and fitting, because it's important that we get accurate information. It helps us to make a proper and accurate determination in an application.
Indeed.
Yeah, in terms of the accuracy of the information, then obviously, yes, we take that on board, and we obviously look at that. The community councils would need to look into the background of this one. If the community council involved was a statutory consultee at that time, then yes, we should have accepted it. If it wasn't one that was immediately notifiable, and therefore they weren't a statutory consultee, then their representation would have been treated the same as any member of the public, which might account for this, but I don't honestly know this case.
Thanks for that, David.
Ian?
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple of observations. I must admit, given the council roads officer's comments, which are quite extensive, I was kind of surprised that there was no objection subject conditions. Felt there were quite a number in there that would have given more rise to some form of objection, but just an observation. And the other thing is that I noticed, going back to my earlier comment about this, the tourist route, whilst the 76 contains some beautiful scenery, it is not designated a tourist route, and I find it a wee bit concerning that there's a classification put in there when there are only 12 in Scotland, and there's only one in Dumfries and Galloway. So the 76 is not actually designated a tourist route, and I would just flag that up on this report.
David?
Thanks, Chair. It's maybe time with the second one. My issue was with regards to these wireframes, Chair. Is there anything can be done to make sure that we can actually see them? Because we've got great difficulty with them. At the inside, you can just about make it out on the right-hand side, but on the left-hand side, there's nothing there.
Yeah, well, sorry, the chair is just saying that's something we can discuss outside the meeting. I can assure you not on the screen here in front of us, we can normally make them out, but it's just the projection up there. You can see how washed out things get. That's why we closed the curtains. We obviously have the information available online, and what we normally will try and do is put the EIAs through in the members' lounge before the meetings to allow members to actually have a look at them firsthand. But it's an all perennial problem. We can't really get round it just due to the projections that we have in here.
Jim?
Thanks, Chair. Mention has been made of the prominence of this proposal from the A76. I have to say the Dulswinton Wind Farm is also prominent from the A75. And this proposal being to the west of Dulswinton would be even more noticeable.
Thanks, Chair. And we're digressing now from the planning application, and I appreciate that, but I wouldn't want some inference that somehow the A76 and the importance it was downgraded or deemed not relevant, because it's an important route to the further reaches of Scotland, and it's as important to the people that live on that particular road, the impact, as it is to somebody sitting in the A75. And given that we have now places like the Croydon Multiverse, etc., in an application for dark skies, it maybe we need to look at how these roads are designated and whether or no we can look at the designation, because there are constant changes, and I'm just concerned that we seem somehow to be belittling the impact of that particular road network. I think it's important that we don't do that, and that it's as important as any other road link in the region.
We've got a motion to go with the recommendations. Is anyone otherwise minded? Nope.
I can confirm that motion put forward by Councillor McCoughtry and seconded by Councillor Geddes is that the application is refused.
Okay. Can we go on to item 6 on the agenda now? Land forming part of Crossdykes Farm, approximately 11 kilometres north-west of Langholm and approximately 13 kilometres north-east of Lockerbie. 15/B/4/0142, and is this a major application? Objectors and supporters will have 5 minutes, and we've got Mary Duff speaking on this one. Thanks, Barry.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of updates to make to the report. First one is paragraph 4.19. It states that the contribution to renewable energy, that the capacity of the wind farm would be 30 megawatts, when in fact it's actually 48 megawatts. The other update to make is in relation to the Lockerbie and District Community Council representation, which is in paragraph 2.8, or consultation response, I should say. It states that Lockerbie and District Community Council were dissolved due to the constitution being adopted late, but in fact I have more recent information which tells me that they haven't been dissolved, and so the withdrawal of their objection does actually stand. That's all to say on that. Moving on to some of the slides now. The application site is located roughly halfway between Lockerbie and Langholm, within higher ground adjacent to the existing, or sorry, under construction Hill Wind Farm. It's adjacent to the C80 minor road, which goes between Paddock Hole Bridge and Bailey Hill. The site is within the southern uplands with forest landscape character type, with some encroachment into the Annandale foothills with forest landscape type. Both landscape types are considered within the capacity study as being capable of accommodating wind farm development and are of a low sensitivity to turbines of the large typology. It is, however, fairly close to the landscape character type 18, which is the foothills, the Annandale foothills, and this character type does have more sensitivity to turbine development, being a more intimate landscape with more narrow valleys and of a smaller scale. The site layout, it is a fairly compact development, sited just adjacent to the forested area to the east, being within the Water of Milk Valley on the eastern side of it. The C80 public road, which is a single track road, runs along the western side of the site boundary and also takes its access from this point. The application also includes the various apparatus and development associated with the wind farm development and includes two options for substations, one being to the south and also another to the north, which is next to the C80 road. Going on to some of the wind farm developments within the area, the most relevant to this application is Hill, which is the area noted as being C01. The turbines proposed are the red dots. So you can see that Hill is a substantial area of development. The orange area, CO2, is proposed Logan Head Wind Farm, which is a current application but was submitted after this application, so we wouldn't take that into account in consideration of this one. Also of relevance are CO4, which is Solway Bank, which has been approved but not yet started construction, and E02, which is Minska, an existing wind farm to the south. This is a map which shows the visibility of the wind farm and is really just there to demonstrate that in almost every view of the proposed Crossdykes turbines, Hill will also be visible, and this is noted by the grey areas. In fact, sorry, the grey areas are where Crossdykes, Minska and Hill will be visible. During the course of the application, the wind farm layout has been amended. This was to address primarily objections from Historic Environment Scotland and the council archaeologists. This was because of due to the impact on the setting of two scheduled monuments, forts which are located to the south, and as a result of that, the line of turbines to the eastern side have been moved further downhill, and the layout has been made more compact. At the same time, the developer also sought to address concerns that were raised by the council's landscape architect at the time. And this shows how the developer has amended the layout in order to remove a line of turbines from the line of sight between two hill forts. Typical turbine elevation, it's all of them would be 130 metres high.
3.2 megawatts, and the final turbine design would be required by condition if the application were to be approved. Looking to, this shows some of the changes that have been made to the proposal. The view from Newlands Hillport, and you can see how the top wire line shows the original proposal, and the one at the bottom is the amended proposal, and it moves the line of turbines to the right hand side has been moved, and the prominence of turbines 14 and 15 has been reduced by pushing them back within the site. The view from Crossdykes Farm, again, it's actually fairly well screened by existing forestry, but the wire lines to the bottom, with the blue ones being the Crossdykes turbines, there has been, the two outlier turbines have been moved so that they're a bit more related to the rest of the turbines. And again, that's a view from Crossdykes Farm with the photo montage. View from Whitcastles and Crossdykes Core Path. Again, this is fairly close to the site. 2.2 kilometres to the southwest of the proposed turbines, and it shows how one of the aims of amending the layout was to increase the separation of the Crossdykes turbines from the U-Hill turbines, which they've done fairly successfully. And again, this is a photo montage. The Crossdykes turbines are the ones which are slightly closer to this point than the U-Hill ones, which are also within the visualisation to the right-hand side. And the view from Corrie Common. This is an area of open ground to the north side of Corrie Common, and again, it shows how there has been some amendment made to increase the separation and legibility of the wind farm from U-Hill. And visualisation. So Corrie Common's actually it's nearly 5 kilometres from the wind farm site, and but within this view there are some views around Corrie Common where you would see Crossdykes turbines which are in open moorland ground, along with U-Hill obviously, and Minsker, which is of a similar distance from Corrie Common and also Solway Bank. And a view from Banks Hill, which is further away, about 8 kilometres on a higher part of the ground. This is next to the road, the B7068 to Lockerbie. Moving on to some slides from the north of the site now. This is from Bailey Hill, which is quite close to the site, approximately 1.6 kilometres away. You can see that there is some forestry there which would screen this view, which would otherwise be significant. The Blackheads Bridge, where there is a car parking area on the minor road which goes to Estilemuir. You can see some of the tips of turbines above the hill there. Some of the higher viewpoints within the Castle Lower Forest, Castle Lower Forest Hill Fort. Difficult to see, but the Crossdykes turbines are the ones which are blue, and they are set to the fore of the U-Hill turbines, which are in green, and the ones which are orange to the left-hand side are Logan Head turbines, which, as previously stated, aren't really relevant as part of the application.
another hill fort within the prehistoric trail. Again, the turbines of Crossdykes would be to the foreground of the new hill turbines and extending the array as well to the right-hand side. Just a photograph here just to show the nature of the C80 public road. It is obviously quite narrow, and at this point it's within the kind of open moorland, which is more associated with the kind of southern uplands landscape. As part of the development, there may be a requirement to upgrade this road to provide passing places, providing that these can be carried out within the public road boundary. If they can't be carried out within the public road boundary, there would be a need for another planning application. However, there are other options available for construction traffic. And from this road again, showing the approximate location of the access and the substation, which would be backdropped by the forested area. The design, if the substation is within this location, then the design of it will be quite important as well, and the developer is certainly aware of that. The Council's landscape architect has not objected to this proposal, given the design changes that have taken place, but this is also subject to some mitigation measures which would compensate for some of the significant effects. This would include softening the edge of the existing forestry plantation to the right-hand side of the slide, and also some tree planting along the roadside and enhancement of the area. So the application is recommended for approval, subject to conditions. It's within an area of greatest potential as identified within the local development plan interim spatial strategy, and is noted as being of low sensitivity to turbine development within the Dumfries and Galloway landscape capacity study. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Points of clarification? Gail?
Just one very brief point, Chair. They're suggesting that the C8CA from Paddock Hole, will that involve using Paddock Hole Bridge? And if so, is the bridge up to standard to take that level of construction?
Yes, there was a question. The route which has been taken from by the developer, or assumed route, is from Grange Quarry. That might not happen. It's just that they've used that route for the purposes of the ES, and the shortest route to the site would be via Paddock Hole Bridge. But the roads authority has investigated whether it is possible to use this route, and with the developer they've carried out some further investigations. The bridge is actually capable of taking the weight of construction vehicles, but it's really in relation to whether they can form the passing places and other improvements that is the main issue. But the developer has shown that there are other route options available, which would be from the motorway and from into the site from the north, but it would be a longer route.
Ronnie?
Thanks, Mary. One of your slides you showed the Blackesk Road. I just wondered how close this development is to the Blackesk Reservoir. Do you have that information?
I don't actually have that information. It certainly wasn't one of the viewpoints that was assessed.
Chair, if I can help, on page 55, if you look in the centre, 2 squares down, if you look just across to the left of Estelmuir, you'll see the Blackesk Reservoir there, so it's quite considerably far to the north, northeast, west.
Ivor?
Chair, I maybe picked this up wrong in Barry's presentation, but with regard to the passing places on the roads, if it can't be contained within the road boundary, they would need another planning application, or something like that was said. there's no road boundaries there, so the edge of the road would be the road boundary. Just, is it in land within the ownership of the company maybe that you're referring to?
I think that our roads colleagues do think that there would be a need to form passing places within third-party land. It's maybe slightly unclear where the road verges will be, but I think that the roads would consider there to be a road verge, even though there might not be a boundary to it. And there will also be land which is owned by the applicant within part of that area. But we do think that there could be land within third-party ownership, and if it's not possible, if it's not possible to form these passing places within that land, then there is another option available in order to bring in the materials. I would also say that borrow pits are proposed as well, so this is like a worst-case scenario if they couldn't use the borrow pits.
Peter?
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, Mary, just you refer to this northern route from the motorway. There's an alternative route. I'm not clear where that route is.
This is one I should have shown a slide of, but it would be from the junction to the north of Lockerbie and through Borland, where it is an existing forestry route, and then south, and into the site. It is using existing forestry route. I do have information.
Chair, if it helps, you go along the APR road at Lockerbie, then you go off the B723 to Borland, up the B723, down the B709, and you go in that way.
I think that's right, yeah.
Right. Any other member? Any other member points of clarification? No. You've got 5 minutes, Clive, and I'll let you know 30 seconds to go.
Thank you very much. What is Scotland's greatest asset? Without any shadow of a doubt, it is the stunning beauty of its landscape, scenery and tourism. Many visitors from all over the world come to Scotland for this reason. Dumfries and Galloway is no exception, and the area around Corrie Common is not only equal to any in the county, but far more stunning than many areas. It commands superb views over large areas of the county. Dumfries and Galloway policies regarding the proposals for wind farms also consider, and I quote, "The quality of landscape is one of Dumfries and Galloway's major assets, providing an attractive environment for residents and tourists alike. In the long-term interests of the region, the Council attaches great importance to maintaining the quality of this resource," and also go on to recognise, and I quote, "all wind energy proposals, whether onshore or offshore, will have an impact on this resource. My wife and I came to live here over 26 years ago because of the beauty of the area. The area is currently being overtaken by huge turbines, which are up to 130 metres over 425 feet high. No matter what any scoping report states, because of their sheer size, they dominate the area. We now have the U Hill wind farm in construction, and already with only a few out of the 22 being erected, we see the effect it is having on the landscape. In various areas where I walk, I can clearly see the large wind farm at Johnston Bridge in the background, with Minsker and now U Hill in the foreground. The thought of Crossdykes on top of this is very depressing. It would mean that practically no matter what direction I look, I will be seeing wind turbines. In Dumfries and Galloway alone, there are built 14 wind farms, 277 turbines. Consented but not constructed, 17 more with 291 turbines. Applications awaiting decision, 21 wind farms with 278 turbines. Wind farms in scoping, 31 with 585 plus turbines. That totals potentially 83 wind farms with at least 1,430 plus turbines. In the Corrie Common area, we have one wind farm built with 16 turbines and one currently under construction for a further 22 turbines, totaling 38 in this area alone. To allow Crossdykes, there would be 3 wind farms with a staggering number of 53 turbines. And in talks that we've had, according to Crossdykes staff, they may apply for an extension of at least another 7, taking it up to 60 turbines. There's already a large cumulative impact with the current 2 wind farms. A 3rd wind farm would be absolutely devastating. It will, without any doubt, completely dominate the landscape. That is a fact. The cumulative effect and visual dominance will be so great because of the large number of turbines and the sheer size of them, it will, with any shadow of a doubt, change the character of the land. That is undisputable. That is completely contrary to the policies of Dumfries and Galloway regarding the siting of wind farms. No matter what argument is put forward in support of this 3rd wind farm, this cumulative effect and changing character of the landscape cannot be addressed. It would be interesting to note, if we have a look at this, I don't know if you can see it very well, if I apply to have this house built, or this house built, planning would no doubt refuse it. Why? Because it is not in character of the area, and quite right. But that is despite the fact that these houses are a minimum 50% energy efficient, which is more or less twice as efficient as any turbine. Similarly, if I had a listed building and wanted to change the external look of the building, planning would refuse, again, quite rightly, to preserve the character of the building. If planning is going to go to these lengths to preserve the character of the area, why on earth would you even consider a 3rd wind farm, as stated, to totally dominate and change the very character of the land?
30 seconds to go.
There is a big responsibility to protect this most important asset to this area. That responsibility rests with you. It is time to act on the very policies of Dumfries and Galloway, as stated earlier. Otherwise, the protection of the landscape and scenery it so very much values would not be worth the paper it is written on. The area around Corrie Common has already more than its fair share of these giants on the landscape. It's time to say enough is enough and preserve what we have left and reject this application. Thank you very much.
Can you remain in your seat in case there's members' questions?
Okay, sorry.
Members, any questions? Nope. Right, thank you, Clive. Could I have Mrs. J.D. Turner now, please? You've also got 5 minutes, Mrs. Turner, and I'll let you know 30 seconds to go.
Thank you. My husband and I were watching the news last night on 5 News, and the first thing the reporter said was, "I am here in Scotland with stunning scenery, which what we are considering here, how poignant. We moved here over 26 years ago. I have enjoyed the scenery, which is spectacular and untouched with nature at its best. Where Crossdyke is proposed to go, it is so natural, not even a telegraph pole. I am wondering how many of you who will cast a vote on this have actually been and visited the site and stood even for a short while to take in the beauty of the area. This should remain the same and not turn into a mini Holland. I have lived with the Minsker Wind Farm now for over 8 years, and every time I take the dogs out for a walk, without fail, the first thing that attracts my attention is the turbines. This area has been invaded with huge turbines and killing the reason why we came into the area, many others who live and visit here. Crossdykes would be the straw that broke the camel's back and completely destroy the area. I don't think a lot of people actually realise how many turbines will be in this relative small area. I would like to think on the future of your children and your grandchildren, or any other future generations of residents or visitors, to give them the opportunity to enjoy this stunning landscape, and that I have had no doubt a lot of you have enjoyed, and I hope this application is rejected. Thank you.
Members? No. Right, thank you very much. Right, we'll now move on to supporters. Could I have Stuart Dodge, please? You've got 5 minutes, Stuart, and I'll let you know 30 seconds to go.
Sorry?
You've got 5 minutes, and I'll let you know 30 seconds to go.
Be short. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Managing Director of Grange Quarry Limited. We're a small business with 32 employees. As a local business, we have benefited from work associated with wind farms at Hill 6, 16, Minigap, and currently Beckburn. These are all under construction at the minute. Its increase in the volume of work has been very welcome at a time when work supply in the agricultural industry is in decline. This increase in work has not only allowed us to sustain our current staff levels, it has allowed us to take on an extra 6 staff and increase our use of local subcontractors. Many other local businesses are also benefiting from this, i.e. plant hire, skip services, tarmac, all associated businesses. And the ongoing works that go along with the operations of a wind farm bring work to the local area. We regularly supply in materials to Minska and Hairstains for remedial works on tracks, which will be ongoing for the lifetime of the wind farm. Due to the remote location of Crossdykes, I feel it is the ideal location for the development. As a local myself and speaking to local people, there is a great deal of support for the wind farm within the community. I am also chairman of Tunnergarth Hall Committee. Tunnergarth currently gets funding from Minska and will shortly get funding from Hill 6. Before we started to get funding from Minska, the Hall Committee funds were low to the point we were considering disbanding the committee and giving the hall back to Castle Milk. The money we receive now has allowed us to renovate the hall for the benefit of all the community, and the use of the hall has increased as a result. I would like to give my support to this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Members? Oh, right, thank you, Stuart. We have Stephen Montgomery now. You've also got 5 minutes, Stephen. I'll let you know 30 seconds to go.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Plan Committee, Dumfries and Galloway Council. My name is Stephen Montgomery. I'm the proprietor of the Townhead Hotel in Lockerbie. Small business, unlike Stuart's, same as Stuart's, 13, 14 employees. I'm also the president of the South-West Scotland Licensed Trade Association, and more locally the president of Dumfries and Stewartry Vicars Association, and also a member of the Lockerbie Community Hub. I've personally experienced firsthand the positive impact that the wind farm can bring. Groups of people, workers, booking out of rooms at a time. When struggling in winter months, this kind of work is vital to sustain profitability in any business. This will continue during the operational lifetime of the wind farm, with maintenance teams, etc., often making group bookings for lengthy periods. I've been particularly impressed with the level of encouragement and engagement that Muirall have had with the local community, and in particular, how they've identified the important and hospitality sector is throughout Dumfries and Galloway, and more importantly, in Annandale and Eskdale. Indeed, the Townhead Hotel have been lucky enough to host one of the Introduction to Hospitality programmes run by Muirhall and Springboard UK for Lockerbie Academy pupils, who came to learn the day-to-day running of a busy hotel and how good service is paramount. I have employed one of these young people from Lockerbie Academy as a waiter, and I've seen this young 15-year-old boy who is very shy, withdrawn, and from a quiet background, turn into be what is now a self-confidence and become lively and enthusiastic young man. Even his parents, when we pass him, have made comment on the change that have made to his nature and his confidence. I'm also encouraged that they should they receive the planning consent, Muirhall will continue to provide training programmes for 20 young and unemployed people throughout Annandale and Eskdale on an annual basis with guaranteed work placements and industry recognised qualifications at the end of the training. Continued introduction to hospitality programmes for local schools on an annual basis, in the hope of keeping our young people in the community. This will equip our local people with skills which can only help improve this service sector in the region. which is of utmost importance to our local economy. One thing comes to mind: good service leads to repeat performance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members? No. Thank you. We have Nicholas Jennings, please, on behalf of Estill Community Council, the consultee and a supporter. You've got 5 minutes, Nicholas, and I'll let you know 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to present today. Estill Community Council was approached by the developers in 2014 with outlines of this proposal. Unusually, and I think uniquely in the area, a proposal, an offer of a community share, not community benefit, but a community ownership share in this proposed wind farm was brought forward. The Estill Community Council received no objections from Estill, and it delegated the responsibility for exploring the potential of community ownership to the Upper Eskdale Development Group. The Upper Eskdale Development Group is currently supported by the Scottish Government Cares Fund in fully exploring what the economic potential is. Where we see the benefits in Estill are that over the past, I've been a resident there since the 1970s, over the past 40 or more years, we've seen continual and large-scale changes in land use. They do bring economic benefit, but they haven't brought economic benefit, except in terms perhaps to the land ownership, very directly to the community. What the Upper Eskdale Development Group is doing is looking at ways of developing jobs and opportunities for people within the Eskdale area. These rural areas, as many elected members here will know, have enormous problems ahead of them in terms of aging population, depopulation of the young people. Jobs and opportunities are not around and available. And the other land uses of forestry and farming, we've seen the number of actual workers engaged locally go down in number. What this opportunity of an investment in the wind farm offers the community is a long-term and sustainable source of income for the community to reinvest in the sustainability of that community. And that is why we support this proposal. We had written, the Upper Eskdale Development Group has written to its membership base, which represents more than 50% of the electoral group of Eskdale, received only one objection, and that was an objection based on the idea that wind farms are not economic. We've had no landscape or other objections brought forward. Indeed, in terms of tourism and the development of tourism, the Upper Eskdale Development Group, through its creation of its community harbour with its cafe bistro, is looking and working on developing reasons for people to visit Eskdale, which include their natural landscape and the archaeology. And we are currently working with the local archaeological group in Langholm, looking at ways to enhance and encourage visitors to come into the area. This kind of investment that will attract over a 25-year period will be used by the community in support of these kind of initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members? Right. Thank you very much, Nicholas. You may take your seat. Could I have Margaret Saunderson on behalf of Langholm Hughes and Westerkirk Community Council, please? Supporter and consultee. You've got 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes, and I'll let you know 30 seconds to go.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Over 2 years ago, Muirhall Energy contacted our community council to inform us of their proposals to develop the site at Crossdykes. They have involved the community much more than any other developer has done in the past. They have had local exhibitions, local meetings. They have sent newsletters to all the residents. in the surrounding area, and they have always listened to any concerns that we might have. For instance, the proposal perhaps to use Grange Quarry to get aggregate for the site was originally going to be coming through Langholm. That meant that the traffic would be coming past the two schools in the area and going up through Bent Path, where there are two listed buildings which are very important to the area, and of course it would mean that there might be adverse effects on the one, the Westerkirk Library, which is sited right next to the road where the heavy traffic would be coming. They then looked at the single track road and came back to us and told us that that might be a possibility. And may I just clarify that as a very regular user of the single track road, I already encounter log lorries, Grange Quarry lorries, farm people going up and down. And if they are proposing to improve that road, I'm sure that the residents there and myself would be very happy. There were very few objections to Crossdykes, and they consulted a very large number of organisations, and as I say, have kept them in the loop for the whole of this proposal. They've been very involved in the local area since they first arrived. I know that community benefit is not a consideration for the planning committee, but they have been active in trying to find out which groups would benefit from any community benefit. Muir Hall has shown us throughout the whole consultation period all the improvements they have made, both to the visual impact and also to the environmental impact. And we felt that they had really, really listened to local people. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, may you take your seat again. Margaret. Anthony Yule, the applicant agent, please. And we've also got 5 minutes, 30 seconds to go.
Can you hear? Is it okay there? Yeah. Okay, first of all, I'd like to thank the members for allowing me to address the Planning Committee today with regards to our proposed Crossdykes Wind Farm. My name is Alistair Yule and I'm a Senior Development Manager with Muir Hall Energy. Muir Hall Energy is an independent renewable energy developer based in rural South Lanarkshire, focusing on wind development, both small and large scale, with a portfolio of projects throughout Scotland. Our office is located next to our own operational 11-turbine Muir Hall Wind Farm. I'd like to start with why we chose the site at Crossdykes. The site was identified through the company's site appraisal process and found to have the following positive attributes, which resulted in us developing the site further. Firstly, the site is identified in Dumfries and Galloway Council's local development plan spatial framework as being wholly within an area of greatest potential for large-scale turbines. According to SNH's strategical locational guidance for onshore wind farms, the site is within Zone 1, the lowest natural heritage sensitivity, an area at the broad scale with least sensitivity to wind farms. The site is out with any statutory or non-statutory environmental designations and in an area which is sparsely populated, the closest village being some 4 kilometres distant to the west. Whilst we were guided to the site by the aforementioned guidance, it has been essential that we demonstrate through the environmental impact assessment process that the site avoids environmental impacts at a site-specific level. We have worked extremely hard to ensure that we have designed a scheme which has minimal impact on the environment and as such have no consultee objections to the project. The site would benefit from being able to utilise grid infrastructure currently being constructed for Hill Wind Farm, further reducing the environmental impact of the proposal. We currently have a contracted grid connection offer for October 2018. From a design perspective, we've been cognizant that the wind farm would require to be designed sympathetically with the consented U-Hill wind farm, something which SNH consider to have been achieved. Whilst we acknowledge there would be some limited views of the wind farm from the northern part of Corrie Common, the development would be proportionate to the large-scale landscape in the view and at a distance of 5 kilometres would not be visually dominating or impact on residential amenity. The Council's landscape architect has recommended that no objection be raised to the proposal on landscape grounds. And quoting directly from the committee report, taking account the Council's landscape architect's response and SNH's response, it is not considered the overall landscape impact would be significantly adverse. Rooted in our company ethos is effective community engagement at all stages of our projects, and this has been no different for our Crossdykes proposal. We have held a number of public exhibitions and meetings during the development process and regularly visited the area to meet with community stakeholders to discuss various aspects of the project. As detailed in the case officer's report, there were 51 letters of support for the project plus 13 in a petition from a local business. The 3 closest community councils, including the host community council, Langholm, Mews and Westerkirk, have submitted letters of support, as well as many other community groups, businesses and individuals. There were 13 letters of objection, and a review of these has identified that nearly half are from 2 individual households. There are no objections within 5 kilometres of the wind farm, yet in contrast, 3 of the closest properties to the wind farm have written in support, and this does not include letters from the landowner at Crossdykes Farm. We are committed to being a good neighbour to the communities which host our developments and consider it important to understand the needs and aspirations of those communities. As you've already heard, we've delivered hospitality training courses for school pupils at Lockerbie and Langham Academies in partnership with Springboard, and we continue to provide ongoing training programmes for the young and unemployed in Annandale and Eskdale. We are members of the Dumfries and Galloway Renewable Energy Partnership and D&G Chamber of Commerce. As such, should we receive planning consent, we will work with these organisations to ensure that economic benefit derived from the wind farm construction and operation will provide a real boost to the D&G economy. We have already chosen to use local companies during development of the site, including Natural Power Consultants in Dalry, AMD Contracts in Dumfries, fencing contractors from Corrie Common, local hotels in Lockerbie and Langham. As highlighted by the case officer, the site has been tested against council policy and found to be in accordance. We therefore respectfully ask that the committee follow the recommendation and grant planning for the proposal before you today. Thank you.
Right, thanks. Members? Any questions? Stephen?
Thank you. It's just a quick question about this notion of the shared ownership.
Yes.
Which is interesting, but I'm just wondering, I'm sort of maybe straying to the boundaries of planning considerations, but in terms of ongoing shared liabilities for operation and decommissioning of the development, how would that look?
Well, I think the key positive for the local community is that they would only be investing or looking to invest if it was an attractive proposal at the point where the project had been de-risked completely. So once we've reached financial close, we've de-risked the project in terms of all the planning conditions, in terms of any aviation issues or grid issues which the community would be at risk of. That will all be completely de-risked at that point in time. In terms of the shared ownership, because it would be a minority shareholding, we're offering up to 10%, it would be the company that would be liable for any sort of ongoing liability issues. But of course, we would have insurance and everything that would cover that anyway.
Thank you very much.
Peter?
Thank you, Chair. The thing that concerns me about this particular development is the roads and one thing and another. Yes. And I'd just like you to expand a wee bit on the single track road and your proposals for that Margaret referred to. If you could just give us a bit more detail.
So basically, as Margaret pointed out, we discussed the route for access, and as you'll probably be aware, the construction of access tracks and when concrete pours and things like that, that's when you get the majority of traffic movements. So we looked at, possible sources of aggregate. We've got one right in our doorstep being Grange Quarry, which is a few miles down the road. And if we were to use aggregate from Grange, it's a bit of a kind of no-brainer that we would, use the C80 or upgrade the C80 to ferry vehicles from Grange to site. Now, I think Mary did point out we do have borrow pits on site as well, so we will obviously have to explore that. Again, that would potentially minimise that route, and we may not have to use the C80 route. But we've been on site with the council's roads department guys and looked at the site, and they think it's feasible, but there will have to be some passing places installed for that. And I think if we're to be given consent, then obviously there's a condition which would require us to demonstrate where those passing places would be and how that would be implemented in full. We've also committed to a traffic management plan, which I see in the conditions is something which would be required should we be granted consent. And that would, again, allow us to work with local communities and communicate how we would reduce the impact on the surrounding communities. But really, by using the C80, you're avoiding all of the built-up areas in Lockerbie, and also Langholm, you're taking that out of the equation. So, we really felt that was a good thing to look at. But we also have a backup of coming off the 74, as discussed, up the B7076, up the B723, up to Eskdale Muir, and then down the B709. And that's something which the roads department would be happy. I mean, it's used as a log haulage route. It's a designated route at the moment. And that would be the route the turbines would take if granted consent.
Jane?
Thank you. Would you allow me to have two questions? One is supplementary to Stephen's question, and that first one is with respect to the community ownership issue, which I see is actually creeping into planning in paragraph 4.68 in our papers. The question really is, can you maintain the effectiveness of that 10% minority shareholding, which is the figure which you mentioned, if, for argument's sake, the ownership of the majority shareholding was to change? How could you maintain that particular, let's say, interest? The coming in organisation may not have the level of skill and involvement that you clearly are demonstrating with respect to community benefit.
Okay. Well, I think the thing from the outset, as Nick mentioned, we have offered shared ownership because it's best practice guidance. The Scottish Government are recommending shared ownership of renewables. It's something that's starting to become more of the norm in Scotland and places like Scandinavia and whatnot. Shared ownership is quite normal for wind energy developments. But we have, the communities have been assigned a case officer from CARES, which is a government organisation which advises on renewable energy development. So from the outset, we've very much said we're offering 10%, but we will not advise on whether there's a business case for that, because that is something which we want to keep at arm's length with. So essentially, what CARES have done and what Nick has done is employed or applied for the grant from CARES, which gives them an assigned project manager, which they now have, and they will advise on the feasibility of the wind farm and whether it is an option that the community want to invest in. It may well be that once we work through everything, that it would be something that is not of interest. But we've very much wanted to keep at arm's length from the very beginning, and we'd continue to do that.
Thank you for that. The other question, Chairman, if I might, was the usual question about the contribution being made by this wind farm to the Scottish renewables target, please.
Like the previous applicant, I don't have a figure to hand about the exact amount of contribution it will be. What I do have, or thought I had, was a letter from Chief Planner to all heads of planning. And if you wouldn't mind, if I can just quote from that letter. The Scottish Government's target is to generate at least the equivalent of 100% of gross electricity consumption from renewables by 2020. The electricity generation policy statement is clear that this target is a statement of intent and that it is known Scotland has a potential resource to deliver and exceed it. and I quote, "This does not place a cap on the support for renewable energy developments, including onshore wind, once the target has been reached." So, as stated previously, there is an ongoing commitment from the government and planning policy to meet these targets, which. Yeah. So I know it's not the exact answer you wanted, but it's. Sorry.
Ivor.
Supplementary to Jane's about Stephen's one. Is it a case that the communities actually have to physically buy in? Because we had one in another area whereby it was a payback scheme whereby they got ownership, and through the generating of that electricity they got the money. Or do they have to actually say, right, the scheme's 15 million, you're getting 10%, 1.5 million pounds of that scheme has to be paid up front because we've got we've got a guarantee scheme here at the end to make sure we take them down. What's the way that?
Yeah, there's various different models and ways that it could be taken forward. So one of them would be exactly just that. The community would go to somebody like the Renewables Investment Fund, which gives soft loans to communities for investing in projects. It's again risk-free for the community if they wanted to invest, because if everything fell through, they wouldn't be liable to pay that back. There's also what we could do is we could capitalise the community benefit payment up front, and that could then be invested that way. Or something else which has been done elsewhere is what's called crowdfunding. So that would be going out to the various local communities and individuals who may have some spare money that they want to invest for retirement or for whatever purposes, and the money, the equity could be raised that way. But as I've said, that it's an up to 10% that we would offer. It doesn't mean that the full 10% would need to be taken. It could be 1%, it could be 2%. There's no set limit, and it's purely an offering with the project, as in line with good practice guidance, which is endorsed by the Scottish Government.
Ian.
Thanks, Chair. Just a point of information there. I think page 59 of the description of the proposal suggests maximum electricity generating capacity of 48 megawatts.
It was a percentage you were looking for.
I think it would be, if it's helpful, it would be 27,000 homes per year.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Yule, several of the slides indicated areas of mature woodland which had a screening effect. Do you have control over any of that woodland?
The view, yes, we do. Our landowner at Crossdykes Farm has the woodland screening, which is there. Well, I think it was the view from Crossdykes Farm. Were you talking about? Yeah. Yeah, that's within our land ownership.
So there would be no question of the woodland being felled?
Well, the landowner could fell if he wanted to, but that would be increasing the views from his property. So I don't know whether it's something that we haven't discussed with him.
Gail.
Thank you, Chair. Just very briefly, and it goes back to the community ownership and what's involved in that. And so I'll work on the back of Councillor Maitland's comments. It's no secret that this has been plastered across the front page of newspapers that community groups are going to get, £500,000 here, £200,000 there. And I suspect that that's why you've got so many letters of support. So although it's not a planning consideration, the community benefit in quotes it has certainly been a factor in determining the community ownership
community benefit is a planning consideration now.
Well, yes, but it's not in the papers. It's not in the
community benefit.
Community ownership,
yeah.
And I think it's clarification on the aspirations for the community. I mean, as Mrs. Sanderson said, the consultation's been great with the community, but if we built them up for a fall, are they now not going to get what they aspired or thought they were going to get?
Well, effective community engagement is part of something which again is endorsed by the Scottish Government. The things, that we have offered in terms of the shared ownership, that, a letter has recently come from the chief planner. Shared ownership is a material planning consideration. So, I don't see why we should be apologising for that.
Member? Members? Thank you, Alistair. Members, we're now in session. Archie?
Chair, thanks very much. I think we do the community council a bit of a disservice here when we ask about community ownership and things like that. I think the discussions there are still to be had, and they've got support from the Scottish Care scheme, and I think that's quite right that members actually raised that concern. However, they are still at an early stage of that particular thing. Having looked at what this proposal has actually done, this applicant and developer has actually done in the local area, I've got no concerns about the application itself. I think the issue with regards to the road traffic management plan is well covered, and we need to make sure that that actually happens, and it's in one of the conditions that's actually in there. So therefore, Chair, I've got no qualms about actually going with the recommendations in this particular report.
Jane?
I am in agreement with Councillor Dryburgh because this particular application, although I am very sorry for people in Corrie Common who actually are going to have their cherished landscape changed for a long time. But nevertheless, our policies made it quite clear that this was an area of search for large topology. And on that basis, because of the changes that have been given to us through the proposal, I think we should accept it with the conditions in the recommendation.
Ewan?
Just to second the motion.
Ronnie?
Yeah, if I turn to 468, I mean, for ages we were told that community benefit wasn't a material consideration, and this is sneaking in. And what worries me is that as a local member with our own policies and stuff that's agreed through the local development plan, there's wee diktats coming down from Scottish Government that undermine the local democracy part. The other question, I have a lot of sympathy about the accumulation of all these wind farms. And it was quite clear. And one of the things we never get, and I've raised this before, is we don't see how the energy gets out from the farms to the grid. That's all missing in your computer graphics. So there's going to be substations and cable and pilot or telegraph style poles going out. I'm just a bit worried that we look at these things in isolation, like you always tell us, but we should look at the cumulative effect, because it's going to be a point where it's just a mass. And some of the arguments put forward today is that, well, look, we've got to meet this obligation of the zero waste power, zero energy, whatever it's called. Yeah. But that doesn't mean to say the whole of the Dumfries and Galloway has got to get covered in wind turbines to achieve that. And that worries me, because you get as many people saying, we come here because it's beautiful. We've got lovely beaches, lovely landscapes. And you just have to drive from Annan to Dumfries, and your eyes caught with all the Bill Swinton and all the others you can see off the hill. And you just get in it with circle. So I'm a bit worried. There's nothing here that we can turn against because it stacks up. But there's certain things and certain arguments that's making me feel uncomfortable coming forward. And I just wanted to put that on record, Chair.
All right, a motion. Any other minded, Gail?
Yeah, I mean, I live in the shadow of Minster and I'm used to it now, and it certainly doesn't affect my life particularly. I think this area has been zoned for something, for development of this nature, and on that basis I would go with the recommendation.
Members agreed? It's now nearly 10 to 1. I think we'll take a break for lunch and comfort break. We'll be back here at 20 past 1. We're going to item 7 on the agenda. The former golf course, Annan Road, Gretna, 15/P/4/0277. And we've got Varied speaking to this.
The application site is located to the west side of Gretna, on land which was formerly used as a golf course and more latterly as grazing land. It's located between Annan Road to the north, Loneworth Road to the south, and there is small holdings along Loneworth Road, and Miller Park, which is a modern housing development to the north. The land's allocated within the LDP for mixed use business and industrial. The site guidance stating a 200 residential units. The site guidance within the policy which allocates the land requires a submission of a master plan with the application. The applicant has submitted an indicative site layout which is based on various studies which have gone into the opportunities and constraints of the site, including flood risk, hydrology, landscaping and open space. And as a result, they have shown this layout here. Basically, what they're proposing is 1 hectare of business land to the west side and the remaining area to be for residential use. The landscaping of the site would entail the enhancement of the boundary to the west and a landscaping strip down the middle, the central area of the site, which accords with the boundary of the fields present. Studs areas proposed to the south side, and 2 accesses are also proposed from Annan Road and from Loneworth Road. However, as you will see within the report, we're actually recommending that more than 1 access from each of these roads is proposed as a further application for approval of matter specified conditions. Moving on to some photos of the site. This is looking at the site from the northwest on Annan Road. The area to the foreground isn't actually within the application site, and it is you'll see the line of trees there, and it's the area beyond that which is the site. It's actually quite a popular walking area for people within Gretna, along the loop along Annan Road and then on to Loneworth Road. And another view to the right hand side, again showing the site beyond the line of trees. And looking along Annan Road with the application site on the right hand. And Annan Road again, just to show the type of housing along here. Mala Park is on the right hand side. It's a mix of single storey and 2-storey modern houses. And looking south along the northwest boundary, the indicative plans show the enhancement of this landscape area, right, leading to the business units area. And another view into the site from Annan Road. The site is undulating but generally slopes down towards the Solway Firth from the Annan Road. The golf course's use is still evident with some of the undulations and the landscaping. And looking towards one of the houses on Mala Park. This is looking along Loneworth Road, which is single carriageway width generally, apart from this point at the junction with Annan Road. There are also some passing places along it, but there aren't any footways, and it's really restricted. And again, along Loneworth Road. So roads are recommending that the road is widened and a footway provided along it as well, and it would have to be within the 30-mile-an-hour limit. And looking into the site from Loneworth Road, seeing the gradient. And again, looking back along Loneworth Road in one of the passing places that's there at the moment. the application is recommended for approval. It's a planning permission and principal application. One of the recommended conditions is that we get a finalised master plan for the site, which takes account of the requirement for additional accesses and a separate access to the industrial or business units area, as well as the need to widen the Longmouth Road. Other than that, the application is considered to be in accordance with LDP policies.
Thank you, Barry. Members, points of clarification? David?
Thanks, Chair. I think you said there, did you say separate accesses for business and for the access to the residential areas? And inside the site, would there be access for vehicles between the residential and business areas? Or would they be kept separate other than for pedestrians?
Well, at the moment, the application is just a planning permission principal application, so we can't take this layout too literally. It's really just to indicate what could happen. But what we would like to see is a separate access to the business units, and roads are recommending that's taken from Longmouth Road. But also another access from Longmouth Road, which would be for residents, and another access from Annan Road. So there would be could be four accesses in total, and that's just to allow for better permeability and better connections into the local area, and also to allow for a separate access to the business units area in order to avoid conflict between residents traffic and business units traffic. We would certainly want to see some link between the residential area and the business units within the site itself, so that, you know, to allow people to get there more conveniently, whether it's cycling or walking and possibly driving. We would just need to look at how they deal with that, because as well as the road connection, we would probably want to see some separation internally, just to sort of allow for a better amenity for the residential area.
Ian?
Thank you, Chairman. I've partially answered the question, I think, myself. I was going to ask for a definition on Class 4 business use, but I see paragraph 415 actually breaks that down a bit. It's more the fact that some of that would include the development of products, of processes, or industrial process, and its relationship to a residential development. I know in the past we've had issues where we've granted residential status to an area next to a business unit that's actually caused problems in the future. So it's just if you could cover that one.
Class 4 business development is a type of development or business development which is likely to be compatible with a residential area. We want to allow for flexibility, but at the same time protecting the residential area. Probably when you're talking about residential areas being proposed next to industrial areas, it's where there have been long-standing industrial areas, and it's been a general industrial use class. It's been there, so basically anything could move in and start operating and then affect the residential area. Whereas here it is Class 4, which is more restricted in the types of development or business use. So we do have more control over that, and certainly if it's all designed as a whole, then you know, there can be some barriers or that can be designed into the scheme anyway in order to mitigate any potential impact.
Jane?
This is planning permission in principle. Chairman, I was going to ask the officer about the proportions of residential and business. Can that then be changed if something comes in forward, or are we saying that we're looking at that according to the LDP? We should be providing industrial and business facilities in that particular opportunity. So how have we decided on the proportions, and what's to stop a developer either doing 99% business and one house, or the other way around?
Condition 3 actually states that the development hereby granted planning permission shall be for a maximum of 200 residential units and 1 hectare of land for class 4 business use.
So that basically can't be changed, even if somebody came in later on.
The only way it could change is if they were to appeal that condition, or they were to apply for planning permission to remove the condition or amend it.
Andy?
Thanks, Chair. Barry, is there any indication of what kind of mix of affordable housing or housing this is going to be? You know, are they going to look at, for example, some wheelchair compliant and that kind of thing? Has any of that been discussed with the developer?
It hasn't. They haven't provided any details yet of what type of affordable housing, but they're aware that they would have to provide 20% affordable housing. So there is we would be recommending a Section 75 agreement, which requires further details of that to be provided and for it to be tied down within that.
Yeah, so again, Chair, so that would, we need to put that recommendation in for the Section 75. Because what I'm trying to get here is, you know, have we got any 1-bedroom houses, 2-bedroom houses, or are they all 4- and 5-bedroom? What are they? Just because they're affordable doesn't mean to say the needs of the community, because the housing strategy for that ward will highlight exactly what's needed in short supply there. And it just, to me, seems an opportunity where you can marry two things together. Yeah. So even though it's in principle, we need to talk about that now.
Yeah, within the recommendation 5.1A3, that's where it requires 20% of residential units affordable. We would want the developer to take account of the housing strategy and look at the need and demand in the area.
Sorry.
Sorry, Chair, that's only the percentage of affordable housing. I'm talking about the mix of housing, the different types of accommodation. Does that have to be built into the at this stage, or can that be done later?
Chair, I would suggest that as far as set out what you've got on page 114, that covers it. It would then up to the developer to liaise with strategic housing colleagues and make sure that they were getting the appropriate type of housing in that area.
Members? Gail?
Just very briefly, does the entire site already sit within the existing 30-mile-an-hour limit of Gretna, or is some of it out with?
Barry?
It's some of it is out with. On Annan Road, it stops. I think the 30-mile-an-hour limit is roughly the edge of Malloch Park, so it would have to be extended along. And also on Longworth Road, I think it's adjacent to the existing industrial unit to the south of Annan Road. We would have to extend 30-mile-an-hour limit.
To clarify, Chair, it looks as though the bit that's outside the 30-mile-an-hour limit is where the business units actually are on this indicative plan here.
Thanks, that's you. Again.
I don't know which one's the business units though, because it's not a very clear diagram.
In between the two purple arrows, you've got that part up there.
Any other member? Nope.
Thank you. Before I start, I'll just clarify the 30-mile-an-hour limit. Just below the corner on the south point, that's enough at the top there. So most of the west side is out 30-mile-an-hour.
Okay. You got 5. Start. 5 minutes. You got 5. I'll let you know 30 seconds to go.
I'll just put my glasses on and I'll start, if that's okay. My name's David Brantham. I live at 2 Woodside Holding, which is at the bottom end on Loneworth Road. This property has been owned by my family for over 70 years. And during that time, they owned a good portion of the golf course on the left-hand side. So we've got personal experiences of the increase in water, the flooding, and that over that period. So that's the point that I'd start off with. There is a lot of experience of what the problems are over 70 years. 2 points I wish to discuss are drainage and access. The local paper reported last week that previous concerns by SEPA and nearby residents related to flooding have been addressed. Having now spoken to both SEPA and flood risk assessment team, I can confirm that both only withdrew their main objections based on information provided by the applicant on the 5th of April 2016. This stated that the western drainage channel originates within the proposed development site and has little effect on the flow. I'm not a professional, but this came as a surprise to me. So yesterday I walked the watercourse, taking photos on the way, and I can confirm that it goes outside the boundary, under the Annan Road, under the A75, possibly across the railway to an adjacent lake over there. So the catchment area is far, far greater outside the development than the 5 hectares that they say. Additionally, I have found that there are a dozen or more manholes alongside the verges of the A75 and Annan Road, into which all the surface water for these roads flows. And the only way it can come is south towards the development area and to the western channel. This would explain that since the opening of the A75, on the corner where the stud is at the south, that water increases and it affects the outflow from our septic tanks and our surface water to the extent that it backs up and we have problems. And that level of water can rise and fall in a matter of hours. Central drainage channel starts in an area on the proposed development site that over the years has had significant levels of surface water for several months at a time. It has been shown by photos in the planning application that surface water drains from Mallow Park appear to flow into this channel. Again, since Mallow Park was built, a significant amount of additional water seems to flow down from the site, flooding additional land alongside Loneworth Road. The central drainage channel enters the eastern drainage channel in the middle of the garden of an adjacent property. This gentleman's over here. It should be noted that neither the western nor central drainage channel has been maintained properly since the current owners bought the land, which may explain some of the problems above. The eastern channel starts high above Gretna, passing from farmland through farmland before going through Gretna, before joining up with the western channel a couple of hundred yards below Loneworth Road and entering the Kirtle water. This channel has been polluted on a number of occasions by raw sewage coming from Springfield. As recently as last Monday, it was bubbling in the field, and for 7 days after being reported, it took to unblock this drain and stop this water. So all the river life, all the insects, all the fish have been killed on there a number of times. Like the western channel, the eastern channel rises very quickly during periods of heavy rain, and has breached its banks on several occasions. The channel has a spur between 2 residential properties and diverts water and has flooded land that has been given provisional planning permission for an additional 40 houses. Photos of this flooding were provided during the planning process.
30 seconds to go.
Okay. I'll go on to the roads, but if it could be confirmed that they're talking about upgrading the whole roads because it's damaged, and that's a separate one. So in summary, I dispute the figures, the information provided by the applicant on the start of the western, and I think it should be recommended that this should be passed back to SEPA, flood risk assessment and anything else. to have further development because it does impact on the water flow. Finally, we're not against development, but our proposals to be put at risk. And this is important, and I know you're on time. Can I therefore ask that it be recorded who will be held accountable in future should our properties be flooded as a result of development? Like many others who have been flooded in the past.
Could I bring it to an end, David?
Okay. We feel like pawns who are acceptable to stop, you know.
Can you remain in your seat in case members have got questions? Members? No. Right, thank you. Could I have C.J. Dodd, please? Thank you very much. We've not got the applicant. Members, we're now in session. Archie.
Chair, just a point of clarity there was mention there of 400 houses getting, you know, given permission in Gretna. That's not my understanding. There is planning principle, but there is no full planning application for Gretna for 400 houses. Is that correct?
Chair, yes, there is a large chunk of land which is just immediately to the south of the A75, and Gallas Road. Houston is the predominant owner of that land there, and that it's possibly expired now, outline planning permission. But I think you're right, I'm not aware of that volume of detailed planning permission in Gretna at all. And just to clarify the point that Mr. Dodd correctly made there, in the draft version of the LDP, this was identified as a site for beyond 2024. It was one of the few significant changes that was made by the reporter to the LDP following the examination, was that this site was included within the current LDP timescale. So, as Barry pointed out, it is wholly within the LDP and within the timescale.
David Archie.
Thanks, Chair. I do share the concerns about the flooding issues that both representatives actually said, but within the recommendation, within the conditions of the application, you know, they should be addressed before a full application comes back. That would allow the Section 75 planning obligation to be sorted. With that in mind, and I do think that the developer will need to have a look at this particular thing because of the waterways that the first Mr. Branton actually mentioned. We'll have to have a look at that, and I think we will need to look closely when a full application comes forward if this is agreed. Saying that, I don't see anything here that stops a planning in principle going forward. It fits with the policies that we've agreed. In that case, I'd like to go with the recommendation.
Gail.
Thank you, Chair. I don't disagree with anything that Archie said, and I think particularly in relation to Section 75, which is embedded within the recommendations. Would this come back to us automatically, though, assuming that there's nothing out with policy, or would it be dealt with under delegation? Because we've had large-scale developments before, which unless we have a specific road issue that we have asked for it to come back in front of us, they generally don't. So can I have confirmation as to whether this particular development would or not?
Yes, that's correct. It really just depends on the scheme of delegation. And it's certainly not an automatic referral. This is planning permission principle, what used to be known before as outline planning permission. And what has to be submitted, it's not necessarily a full planning application that would come in, it's approval of matters specified by conditions is the technical term for it. And under the scheme of delegation, they can be dealt with by officers, provided the usual caveats apply. So if there's more than 6 representations, it would automatically come to the committee.
Ivor.
Chair, it's with regard to the condition of planning obligation under Section 75 for the schools, £2,850 per dwelling. Is that paid once they've agreed that they're going to have, say, 200 houses? Or is it after you've built 50, you get so much? Because if the school is at capacity and needs an improvement, you don't expect if they do 10 houses every year to get 28,000 every year. You need it either at the start or at a time when it actually can deliver the benefits to the community of having the school in place. And if they only build 100 houses, might we get one classroom? It's cheaper to build the 2 classrooms for the 200 houses than 1 classroom for the 100, then another classroom for another 100 houses.
Yeah, understand where you're coming from. There's also the issue of, you know, the developer providing that upfront cost, but it's something that we would require to be negotiated as part of a Section 75, and we would consult with agencies. Certainly that's what's set out in the supplementary planning guidance anyway.
Yeah, members, Andy.
Thanks. That was one of the drivers for my question earlier, Chair. Because if, for example, there was a significant number of the development for 1-bedroom houses, it's some sort of supported accommodation for older people, it's a totally draconian condition to expect that to then contribute towards the building of a school. So how can we deal with that within the Section 75?
Well, Section 75s are obviously, what you're seeing there is the heads of terms, and they're quite a lengthy, complex legal document, which will involve discussions with the relevant parties. So, for example, with this, we would need to get in communication with education, with the strategic housing section, and obviously with the applicants themselves, and come up with something. Critical to this is the phasing, because obviously a planning permission comes in, you don't have to be the end developer to apply and obtain planning permission in principle. It's quite likely that it will not be the current applicant who would actually be implementing this. But you would still have to make sure that you've tied everything down with any planning permission in principle, so that any developer coming in to benefit from that planning permission knew exactly what their obligations were and what was required of them at each time. There is some flexibility, obviously, when the individual applications come in and we can see exactly what is proposed on the ground. But it is vital that we nail this down with the Section 75 now to ensure that all the obligations are very clear as to what's required.
Ian.
Thanks, Chairman. Happy to support the principle of this development. I think a couple of things have been brought up that were in my mind anyways. I think we should see it back to committee, see the final detail. I've got personal knowledge and a degree of some of the flooding that goes on in this area. I know when both the 74 and the 75 went through the design standards at the time, just to get the water off the road and out of the sea as quick as possible, and I think that affected that local area. So I'd like to see that level of detail coming back. And when it comes back, the point I was picking up on in regards to the monies, the developer's contribution towards the school, I would just like to understand how that would be ring fenced, so we're absolutely clear that that does get spent on the local Gretna primary school.
We've had a lot of discussions with education recently, and you'll probably be aware through EEI that we've put out a revised version of the developer contribution supplementary guidance through directly to deal with education issues. So yes, it is something which we're very actively working to make sure it is proportionate and captured at the correct time.
I suppose the only other part, Chairman, just when it comes back to me, maybe when you've got the recommendations, I would like to see this one coming back because of the concerns raised, but totally agree with the principle.
Ian. Ronnie.
It's just a point of clarity. In 1.1, under the scheme of delegation, this is a major planning issue. When does it not become a major one? You know, this is only outline plan permission or planning permission in principle. When the master plan and all the other bits are put together, is it still a major planning, or is it under the scheme of delegation it goes to office? Because everybody's had 5 minutes to speak because it's a major one. There's a few issues that arose out of that, and some members are asking for it to come back. So it's just a definition between when it stops being a major to a delegated planning.
David.
very technically, when an application comes in as approval of matters specified in conditions, that is technically not a planning application. It's submission of the details for conditions. So that's the reason where it stops being a major application and it doesn't automatically come back. As I've said before, if, as with this one, there's 6 or more representations, any of those applications that come in to discharge the conditions, that would trigger a referral to the committee. But I'm quite happy to take on board if Councillor Carruthers was wanting it automatically, any application to come before PAC. Quite happy with that, it's not a problem.
Member agreeing to that? No.
Just to confirm that in relation to item 7, members have agreed to approve the application subject to conditions and that it comes back to committee at a later stage.
Can we go into item 8 on the agenda? Volunteer Arms Hotel, Main Street, Penpont, 16/B/3/0093. And we've got Chris McTeer speaking on this one, first time at the planning committee. So we'll take it easy. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. The application we have here relates to the Volunteer Arms Hotel, Main Street in Penpont. It's a traditional 2-storey hotel public house and is located adjacent to the A702 at its junction with Course Road, which is unclassified, which forms the eastern site boundary. Over the years, the hotel has been extended to the north, and this is currently used as a kitchen and office space as well as the owner's accommodation. The hotel closed to the public in 2011 and is not listed and is not located within a conservation area. Pedestrian access is from the front of the hotel on the A702 side with vehicular access from Course Road, as we can see in the slide that we have up there. This application pertains to the proposed change of use of the hotel to form a dwelling house and the retrospective installation of a 13.5 kilowatt air source heat pump. No external alterations or openings are proposed, and the internal alterations, which don't require the benefit of formal planning permission, can be summarised as follows. On the ground floor, the removal of 2 bar areas and keg storage to create a large lounge area, and on the first floor, the upstairs lounge is converted into an additional ensuite bedroom, taking the total within the building to 6. In respect of this application, 7 individual representations were received and can be broadly summarised as follows. The noise from the air source heat pump, that the loss of the hotel would have a detrimental effect to the village, and no determined attempt has been made to sell the premises. The issue of noise is set out within the assessment contained in the committee report at section 4.13 on page 123. Calculations carried out by the planning service indicate that either the introduction of a solid barrier or removal of the air source heat pump would address noise concerns, and this has been addressed by condition. In addition, environmental health were consulted and did not object to the proposal. The loss of the hotel as a community facility is addressed in section 4.3 on page 121 onwards. The applicant has provided supporting information regarding the steps undertaken to market and sell the hotel, and this complies with current planning policy. It's recommended that this application is approved for the reasons outlined in the committee report, subject to conditions relating to parking provision and the air source heat pump. Thank you.
Members, points of clarification? Gail?
What's an air source heat pump?
It's used instead of a boiler, so to heat hot water and things for central heating.
Yeah, that's it basically there. It looks like an aircon unit.
Jane?
It's about marketing the hotel as a commercial premises. And it has been demonstrated that despite marketing the site for at least 12 months, there's been no viable interest from any commercial operator. If somebody came along and said they wanted to operate it as a hotel, that wouldn't have to be a commercial operator, would it?
I don't suppose it would. It's I mean it's been off the market since 2011. So I suppose if anyone was wanting to buy it, then I'm sure the owners would be looking into that. The issue that we have here is that the marketing that was undertaken sort of in the period 2010-2011 was undertaken before the adoption of the current local development plan and the supplementary guidance. So we had to take a view that the marketing that was undertaken broadly fits with the criteria that we have just now.
Jane?
If I could just ask a supplementary, I mean, I'm interested in that because I would have thought that we're talking about here and now, about physical planning, Chairman, now. So I would have thought that I would have required to have seen evidence of activity to attempt to maintain it as a commercial property for the benefit of Penpont within the last year.
The 12-month marketing period took place in the past. I mean, it has been closed for the last 5 years. So it's only now that we've just had the application to change. It is still, strictly speaking, a hotel in planning terms. So the change to a dwelling house does require planning permission. So it is a slightly unusual fit in terms of planning policy.
Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, was it marketed at a realistic price to make it a viable going concern, or was it marketed at an inflated price so that it would meet a criteria if required?
I'm not sure. I mean, I suppose the supplementary guidance just has to show that it is marketed. So the marketing was undertaken, as I say, sort of 5 years ago. So it's difficult. I couldn't say whether it was marketed at the right level or not.
Stephen?
Yeah, same point really. But how long before a change of use do you have to do the marketing? I suppose is really what I want to know, because technically this is retrospective, so currently it's still a hotel, as far as the planning committee is concerned. So it's really just how long before a change of use does the marketing have to be carried out to be reasonable? Because it's sort of, I can see where there's a kind of a muddying of the waters, because effectively the use has kind of changed already. So it's really just to clarify that. Should we be looking at it as here and now, or as is?
Just to make clear, it's only the air source heat pump which is retrospective. Basically, in planning terms, it is still a hotel. It's just been closed to the public for the last 5 to 6 years. In terms of the test, which is in the Council Policy CF1, it just requires the marketing of at least 12 months. Now, obviously, this is a new policy. We never had that in the previous local plans or structure plans, which has caused some problems, obviously, because on day one, when that came into place, nobody for existing properties been able to market it. But for this one, because they could demonstrate that they had done all the things we would expect now, back in 2010, it seemed unreasonable to require them to go and market it again. And obviously, what we can't do in planning terms is stop somebody from just closing a village pub or hotel. If somebody wants to do that, they can just do that.
Members? Okay. Andy.
It was on the same subject, thanks, and David's answered the question, because I was of the view, after advice from his department, that there was no time backwards, but there was a minimum period that had to be marketed. So that was the view. So David cleared that up. Thank you.
Gail.
Sorry, this is your first go, and it probably seems like a fairly straightforward case, but anyway. I'm kind of not understanding the need for a change of use. Presumably they could do internal works to and take away a bar in any hotel anyway, and make it aesthetically look like a front living room and such like, and turn a bedroom or a room in a hotel into an ensuite bedroom. Why they require the change of use, I'm not entirely sure. Could it not have that work done to it anyway and stay for the future as a hotel in theory, if needs be?
Yeah, a lot will actually come down with this. If you have a hotel and you just close to the public, but you're still living in it, then is that hotel or a dwelling house? Yes, there is that fact and degree thing. But the critical test, I think, is are you putting it at domestic rates or are you going as commercial?
Right, thank you. Well, whilst I regret the closing of the pub, I'm not really too bothered about the closing of the pub. What bothers me is the installation of the air source heat pump, which is just a few yards from my front door and windows. Now this is depriving us of sleep, and between my house and one next door, and it denies us the use of the upstairs rooms. So if it abandon the front rooms and use a room at the back for sleep, I feel this is a quite serious health issue, and that's basically my gripe with this machine that runs at fairly unsociable hours. It's basically from about midnight to 8 o'clock, virtually non-stop, plus other intermittent times, and that's really my case.
Members, any questions? No? Thank you, Ronald.
Yeah.
Who are the applicants? You've got 3 minutes, and I'll let you know 30 seconds to go.
Hi, good afternoon. First of all, thank you for the opportunity of allowing me to speak to the committee today. We're here because we've had 7 objections to our planning application for the change of use and the installation of the heat pump. Although there were 7 objections, only 3 of these objections were actually for the air source heat pump. And although we do appreciate that we do have to take some remedial measures to try and reduce the noise as highlighted by the application committee report, we are more than happy to comply with all of these conditions. Out of the 7 objections, only 5 specifically relate to the loss of community facility. One of the objections stated about this was that we haven't made any attempt at all to sell or lease the property. And in fact, since 2010, not only did we have it on with Robert Collier's barrier for at least a year, we've also tried to be in touch with the Penpont Community Council on several occasions, try and find out if there's an interest in a community buyout. Again, that's been since 2011, and at least 4 times in the past 4 months, we've had correspondence with them to try and negotiate some sort of deal. We've not been able to progress this at all. They haven't even replied to our most recent email. Another objection that was raised was that the loss of the hotel would be detrimental to the village. Well, there's been a pop-up Penpont pub organised in the local community hall. Now, that only ran on 4 occasions, sort of occasional bar, and the last one was in November 2014. That just seems to have dwindled away. I don't really need to tell you about the demise in drinking habits with changing the drinking laws and everything else. It's really hit village pubs badly. Pubs used to be a social meeting point in many communities, but I think the trend now is more for people to stay at home and drink cheap supermarket alcohol and so on. On the brighter side, Penpont already has a community facility. It's the local tea room. And I mean, they do offer occasional
30 seconds to go.
Thank you. They do offer late occasional opening for functions and parties. Though it doesn't have its own licence, it does have a bring a bottle policy. We knew that we would have to attend today's committee meeting if we had 6 objections or more. In fact, we only got 7. And you know, when you break it down, only 5 of these were for loss of community facility, 3 for the air source heat pump. So, you know, it's not surprising that we've not received any offers for the business, despite trying to market it for the past 5 years.
That's 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Can I just say that interestingly, if we'd have made separate applications for the air source heat pump and for the loss of community facility, we would be here today because we didn't have 6.
Members? Alice?
Mr. Lees, this question has already been alluded to the officer, but I think it's better directed to you. When you marketed the hotel, was in your honest opinion, was the price you were looking for commensurate with local market conditions at the time?
Absolutely, 100%. We took the advice from the hotels chap from Robert Collier's Barry, and he advised us to market the hotel for 250,000, which is obviously a starting price, but it was the cheapest in Dumfries and Galloway at the time, commensurate with the style of building. And bearing in mind that was less than we bought it for, plus the investment we made, we would have been making a loss to sell it for that money, but that was okay.
Members? Jane?
If I could just confirm then, so you received no offers?
We didn't receive any formal offers, no, nothing at all. We did have 3 or 4 people interested, but nothing was ever taken forward to the next stage.
You? No other members? Thank you very much, Stephen. Right, member, we're now in session. Can I just say, I think condition number 2, that looks at the problems with the heat pump. So we've got a condition in there. Jim?
Chair, I'll just go there. It's a recommendation. I'm pleased to see that the applicant has volunteered to deal with the air source heat pump and made a statement that that would be dealt with on that basis. I think.
Members, agreed?
And I can
seats.
And I can confirm that in relation to item 8, members have unanimously agreed to approve the recommendation subject to conditions as per the report.
Now we've got item 5 in the agenda is Barnhills Farm, Barnhills Kirkcudbright, 15/B/1/0261. And we've got Billy Murray speaking on this one. If you're ready, Billy.
Yes, thank you, Chair. As you say, this is an application for change of use of a small parcel of agricultural land to form a small caravan site with some wigwam-type cabins and pitches for touring caravans with associated works. This is the site location plan. It's in the rural location, right at the top of the Rins Peninsula. That's a closer view of the application site. This is a view of the site from the northeast. You can note the Gorsey Knoll that's mentioned in the description in the report. It's that small parcel of agricultural land in that field enclosure. That's another view of the boundary, and again showing the topography of the site and the rocky outcrop with gorse on it on that boundary. This is a view in the opposite direction. You can see Corswell Lighthouse in the left of that view at some 800 metres distant. This is a view along the boundary to the private way. You'll note in the report there's mention of the fact that the proposed new access is at the termination of the public road, and that beyond the termination of the public road is a private way that leads on effectively to Corswell Lighthouse and other properties in that direction. So that I'm standing more or less at the termination of the public road when I took that picture. So that's looking along the private way which bounds the site on that boundary. This is looking back more or less from the central point of the site towards Barnhills Farm. It's described as Barnhills Farm in the report, but I think the new owner has since changed the name of the farm. But that is the farmsteading that's in close proximity to the application site, which is not in the ownership of the applicant. That's again just a clearer view looking back along in the same direction. The farmsteading in the right in that view is not in ownership of the applicants. The house is part of the application, so the house is owned by the applicant. Farmsteading is not. This is the northern section of the site from the midpoint on the southeastern site boundary. That's looking north towards the sea. This is just a view to show, there's some mention in representations and in the report about the termination of the public road. That's just to show the final approach to the site on the public road. So you're on the public road at that point. Just to the right of where that X is, the local roads office has indicated to us that that is the termination of the public road. There is some question mark over that in representations, but the local roads office checked the point to which they inspect and maintain, and I'm advised it's more or less on the line of the dike in the right in that view, as I say, to the left, to the right of the cross. This is just an aerial view of the application site. Again, you see the adjacent farmsteading to the south and scattered dwelling houses. It's quite a remote area. There's not a lot of development surrounding. These are the plans and drawings submitted with the application. So that's the location plan, site outlined in red. That's proposed block plan, the wigwam cabins in the lower part of the site. The proposed touring pitches are shown in the upper or northern part of the site, with the new access just at the 90-degree bend where the public road terminates and the private way continues to the northeast. This is a view of the wigwam cabins that are proposed. They're timber clad. This is a floor plan of the cabins. And this is the proposed, well, it's actually more or less a mobile facilities unit that's set on wheels, but that is the proposed facilities block for toilet, shower, wash and laundry room. And that's the floor plan of that unit. And an example of how that unit might appear. And this was proposed play equipment that was indicated as part of the submission. And this is the extent of the applicant's land holding. You'll note the recommendation is to approve subject to a Section 75 and conditions. So this is the land that would be attached as part of the Section 75 agreement. So I thought it was valuable to include that in the presentation just to indicate to members what the extent of the land holding was. So the recommendation, as I say, is to approve subject to the conclusion of a Section 75 agreement and conditions.
Members, points of clarification, Ian?
Thanks. Can I just ask about I noticed the roads officer has said no objection subject conditions and then indicated information of access scheme and upgraded passing opportunities. What's concerning me a wee bit here is, first of all, knowing these roads in the North End quite well, they are narrow and there are limited passing places. What's being asked for here is intervisible passing places between site and junction of the U140 and 29, insofar as achievable within the public road boundary and land under the applicant's control. How then could we actually ensure that adequate passing places were put in place? What obligation would there be on the developer before he develops his site to ensure that these places can in fact be achieved, given that there's some private land involved? Again, we're looking here at a narrow road with towing caravans. That's really why I'm particularly concerned about it.
Yes. Condition 8 requires the agreement of a scheme of intervisible passing places prior to any development taking place. That scheme can only be within the road boundary, because the land alongside the road will not be in the applicant's control. As you know, on roads such as that, there are, and I think you will have observed them on that road, there are a number of informal passing places. So just by default, when vehicles are meeting and pulling off the road, you get areas where you get an informal passing place. The roads officer has indicated that there are quite a number of these that could be formalised. It's never going to be an exact science, and it's never going to be a perfect solution. But the advice is that there is adequate space to provide such a scheme. Condition then goes on to require that the scheme is fully implemented before the caravan site is brought into use. So it's a two-stage condition. The scheme has to be agreed before any works commence. Once that scheme is agreed, it has to be fully implemented and the passing place is provided before the site can be occupied. I would also say that, yes, the caravan site will potentially generate movements by caravans and motorhomes which may not have been there before. However, despite the restrictions, the road is well used by large-scale agricultural units at the moment, which doesn't cause serious concerns. The other point to mention, of course, is that in the wider sense, the caravan site itself is quite small, 10 touring pitches. By definition, their touring caravans tend to be a bit smaller. Well, maybe they're not nowadays, actually. I noticed a few today quite large. So all in all, it was felt that subject to that condition and the advice of the roads officer, that the proposed development wouldn't represent a significant threat to road safety on that road.
Members? Stephen?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it was just to ask about is this the appropriate juncture to have the, you know, if the caravans or wigwams shouldn't be used as a permanent residence, you know, as part of the conditions, that type of thing. So I couldn't find it, maybe I just overlooked it, but would it be in this change of use application, or would it come with a subsequent application?
I think it's fair to say that it should actually be in this application.
By definition, they are obviously not dwelling houses, but yeah, fair point. I don't see that condition otherwise. Yeah, it's probably belt and braces to have that in there. Good point.
That condition can be added.
Thanks, Chair. I see by the map that there are a couple of, well, in my mind, apparently archaeologically significant features nearby. There's Corswell Castle to the southeast and St Columba as well to the north. St Columba seems to have wells all over the place. With that in mind, though, was there not, I just wondered why there's no comment from the council archaeologist.
There was no archaeological designation of the site itself or in close enough proximity to trigger a consultation with the archaeologist.
Just how close then would be necessary to have it? Will it depend on the proposed application?
Well, there's no exact distance in terms of the requirement to trigger a consultation. The type of development proposed here, the only thing you might be considering would be impact on the setting of archaeology, or indeed a listed building, as is mentioned in terms of the lighthouse. The assessment was that it was unlikely to have any significant impact on the setting of archaeological features, or indeed the listed building.
Jane?
Chair, Billy, could you go back to the slide which showed the land under the applicant's ownership? I assume the area shaded in light green. Is that the land the applicant owns?
Correct, yes, including the site. The site's shown in red, and the land in the applicant's ownership is shaded in green.
How much does that amount to in total?
It's in the description in the
18?
background to the report. It's some 18 hectares.
18. So the land immediately adjacent to the proposed site is not owned by the applicant?
To the west it is.
Yes.
To the east it's not. And to the north it's not. That's correct.
And to the south we have a steading which is under someone else's ownership?
Correct.
Is there not therefore a potential for land use conflict here?
Sorry. Well, it's addressed in the report in paragraph 4.8.
So if the operator of the steading were to be engaged in slurry spreading or silage operations, there is really nothing the operator of the caravan site could do about it. Is that correct?
I would say that would be the case. Things like slurry spreading, you know, they're tightly controlled by SEPA now at times when it can be done. There are issues with smells, and we've had issues like that in the past. But I think I tried to allude to that in my report, where I say, you know, first of all, it's not unusual for caravan sites, and, you know, going back one stage, this is a farm diversification proposal. So by definition, you're bringing another type of activity into a farm. It's not unusual for caravan camping sites to be within farmland and to operate quite successfully. And I'm not aware of any significant issues where that has caused complaints or particular issues. But as I say, I tried to allude to that in my report by indicating that there would be an expectation of people coming to a caravan site in a rural area that's more or less on a farm, that there is likely to be agricultural activities ongoing in the area, and therefore it was considered that the potential for complaint or land use conflict was not so significant that it would give reason to reject the proposal.
Is it not unusual, though, Billy, for the steading to be in ownership and operation of someone other than the person who's operating the caravan site?
Yes, and again, I acknowledge that in the report, I think.
No other questions? Could we have David Smith, objector, please? You'll have 3 minutes, David, and I'll let you know 30 seconds to go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, councillors, good afternoon. My name is David Smith, and my wife and I own 52 acres of land which we purchased from Barnhills Farm, the applicant, and adjoins the applicant's remaining land. We're currently in the process of building a house on our land under planning application 14P/10230. I would like to raise 2 points for consideration with application 15P10261. Firstly, the planning officer has recommended approval of this application solely on the basis of farm diversification. Barnhills Farm originally comprised of over 400 acres of land. Since then, 4 plots have been granted planning permission for housing, all of which have been sold, whilst the bulk of the farmland, 365 acres, has also been sold. Further, the farmhouse has been developed to provide a B&B/holiday let. Farm diversification is, I believe, intended to help farmers continue to farm whilst financial returns are low. If you sell most of the assets of the farm, returns will inevitably diminish. Can this situation really be judged as diversification? Secondly, the roads planning team leader has recommended intervisible passing places are provided on the U140W as a condition of the planning permission. This section of road, which is over a mile long, has no formal passing places capable of allowing a car and caravan combination to pass another car and caravan, or indeed any other vehicle, without one of the two parties reversing. All of the objections raise the difficulties that such a narrow access would create. The roads planning team leader has clearly addressed this, but the planning officer has recommended that this should only apply where either A, the applicant owns the land that would be needed to make such a passing place, or indeed there is already sufficient width within the public verges to make the passing place. As neither of these criteria can be met, then by default, the roads planning team leader is overruled, and the application would succeed without intervisible passing places. It is reasonably foreseeable that such a situation will cause issues for us as users of the road and could affect the trading capability of the adjoining farms and Lighthouse Hotel. Further, should there be damage or injury as a result of vehicles trying to pass each other on this narrow road,
You get 30 seconds to go, David.
Where would the liability lie if the intervisible passing places are not installed? I would urge the committee to consider these matters before granting permission for this application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, members. Thank you, David. Get up, Pamela Stevenson, objector, please. You also have 3 minutes, Pamela, and I'll let you know 30 seconds to go.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak following the correct procedure that's due for the development, which has had 6 notifications of objection. Our submitted objection, we have 6 points of fact. Today, I'd like to highlight 3 which would greatly affect our business. The proposed development would have an adverse effect on the setting of Corsall Lighthouse Hotel, which is an A-listed building of special architectural and historical interest. The grounds have SSSI status and a scheduled monument Iron Age fort of Dunscarloch. The proposed development is out of keeping with the surrounding area. The nature of the proposed development will bring cars, towing caravans and mobile homes down a single-track road from Damhouse Cottage to Barnhills Farm, which has limited passing places that are not serviceable for the safety of such passing vehicles and other road users to pass freely and safely. The fields on either side of this road belong to Damhouse Farm, North Park Farm and Corsall Castle Farm. Very small area of it owned by Barnhills Farm. The proposed development could also attract overnight caravans and mobile homes into the grounds of Corsall Lighthouse Hotel, where they would be expected to park up. This would be detrimental to the guests of Corsall Lighthouse Hotel who come for the scenery, wildlife, tranquility and surrounding fields and coastline provide. I have had numerous altercations with drivers of mobile homes in respect of going as far as having to call out the police due to verbal abuse. Only this week I had to inform a driver of a motorhome that they could not be able to park up overnight. This development will only exacerbate this situation. Also, there are 6 large caravan sites within a 10-mile radius of Stranraer: Drumlochart, Whigbay, Aird, Cairnryan, Portpatrick and Sandhead. Would one more benefit tourism? Thank you.
Thank you. Members? Oh, sorry, Jane.
I was just wondering if I could ask, could it be turned on its head that it might actually be an example that there is somewhere very close for motorhomes and things to park up? So could it not be construed as actually plus? So you would not be in a position of having to say to somebody, away you go 5 miles down the road.
Well, as I say, there's Whigbay that's only 4 miles down the road and people completely ignore that and park up in their land. I think, and having had conversations with people that drive motorhomes tend to look for places that they can park up for free rather than have to pay.
Ian?
Hi, could I just ask you, Pamela, I know the road reasonably well, but in your opinion, what would this do as far as traffic's concerned with additional motorhomes, additional caravans and the agricultural vehicles which currently use it? What sort of opinion would you have on the increased use?
Well, as in being able to pass, it's the spaces that are there are very limited. Half the time, well, a lot of the time you have banking. There are places where you would take a car, but to be able to take a car and a caravan is going to be really very awkward, especially if there's another car and caravan coming up the way. A car can pass a tractor with a trailer, but I can't see how a car with a caravan pass another car with a caravan. The spaces aren't large enough and there are far, far fewer of them.
Thanks. Just on another side to it, do you think it would be in any way beneficial to your business, you know, with additional people requiring meals or use of a bar?
I can't honestly see that happening. We have people that come down to the rocks on a regular basis, especially during the high season, and that's mainly where they stay. Very few of them come in for tea, coffee, drinks, lunch. I mean, maybe 1 in 10.
Eva?
You named that there was 2 or 3 farms down that road. Is there ever occasions when 2 tractors with big trailers meet in the road, therefore you've got that problem existing anyway, so there
Yes,
must be opportunities to get off the road to allow them to pass?
There is, but these are highly skilled drivers that are doing this for every day of their lives. You know, and they're driving a tractor. They're not too fussed about having to go halfway up a bank and squeeze past each other. But you wouldn't be able to do that with a car and a caravan, obviously. The farmers are obviously used to reversing for quite long distances as well, and there can be about 50 yards between an adequate passing place. And they would be able to do that. But I'm not entirely, I've never reversed a caravan.
Eva?
Is it not the case that you need to pass a test if you're dragging a trailer or something behind a car, so you would have to be of a limited, if not expert, reversing? You'd have to have some ability anyway.
I expect would, yes. It's the space, though. I think I would say a car and a caravan is probably longer than a tractor and a trailer. I've never measured one.
Other members? Thank you very much, Jeanette.
Yeah.
Could have IS and ME title, please. I'll let you know 30 seconds to go.
Thank you. Councillors, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ian Turtle. My wife and I bought what was previously known as Barnhills Farm in December 2015. This proposal is not just beside one of our fields, it is 8 metres from our straw shed and 1 metre from our silage pit on our livestock rearing farm. There are 4 issues I'd like to raise here. 1, concerns regarding procedure. 2, the access road. 3, farm diversification. And 4, public safety. Procedure. Planning Officer Iona Brooke confirmed that there were 6 objections and the matter would be dealt with by a committee. Mr Murray insisted there were only 5 and he would decide the matter. Mr Murray was asked to specifically look into this discrepancy, and again he told us there were only 5 objections. Mr Murray continued to deal with the case for a further 4 months until this issue was highlighted again by another party. 6th objection was found and we're now here today. This was not mentioned in the report to the committee. Incorrect maps were submitted by the applicant showing parts of our farmyard as being under their ownership, and the neighbourhood notification summary, despite including our yard and buildings fairly within the 20-metre buffer zone, failed to notify our predecessors of the proposal. This was only discovered through the local press. Access. The road to Barnhills is a single-track road with few unofficial passing places. The roads officer submitted a report to the planners, and I quote, "A series of intervisible passing places must be made before the caravan park is brought into use." This is unequivocal. Then at paragraph 413 of Mr Murray's report, he goes on to say, "These passing places must be made insofar as is achievable within the public road boundary and land under the applicant's control. It would not be possible within the public road boundary to create passing places sufficient size for 2-car and caravan combinations to pass, and there is no land whatsoever under the applicant's control on the road to the site. Farm diversification. The only criterion of the local development plan and supplementary guidance in favour of this development is the farm diversification angle. This proposal cannot be deemed to constitute farm diversification, as there is no longer an existing viable farm business, as the report attests. I'll give you examples of farm diversification. Retain your farm, open a farm shop to sell your produce. Retain your farm, install solar panels or erect a wind turbine to produce electricity. Retain your farm, open a farmhouse bed and breakfast. Not sell your farm and open something completely different. Public safety. As mentioned, this is right beside our farmyard, 8 metres from our working farmyard. The report by Mr. Murray states that caravan and campsites will almost always be in rural areas. This is true, but they will not usually be right beside somebody else's farmyard. This is a working farmyard. We have more than 200 head of livestock. There's heavy machinery operating at all hours of the day. There are silage pits, a slurry pit, stacks of bales. This is not the location for a caravan park.
Thank you. Members? Ian?
Thanks. Could I just ask you, Mr. Turtle, just on the two process elements there. There were originally, you reckon, 5 objections in, which would have meant under delegated powers it would be dealt. And in fact, actually, there were 6 which raised it to committee level. Yep. And the other one, as I understood it, was to do with notification.
Yes, there was the maps that were submitted by the applicant show areas of our farm. I mean, they're only small areas there, but you know, I think these sort of things we should be dealing with fact and accurate maps going to the areas of our farmyard, and also our predecessor, despite all of our farmyard being adjacent to this and within the 20-metre buffer zone, got no application of they weren't told about this proposal at all. They first knew about it when they read about it in the local paper. Had they not read about it in the local paper, they would even have missed their chance to object.
Thanks. Chair, if it's appropriate, could we maybe get some clarification on those issues?
Thank you very much. Could I have Billy McMillan reading a prepared statement on behalf of Jeanette Cochrane, a supporter of the application. 3 minutes, and I'll let you know 30 seconds to go.
Thanks, Chair. I've also got the next one as well after that. So after Mr. Mulroy, do you want to do them together or separate? Right. Hi, this is a statement prepared in conjunction with Ms. Jeanette Cochrane, who is a local business owner in the village of Kirkcudbright, which is locally to the site area. She, in the past, and other business owners are slowly seeing a decline in business. She welcomes and supports the application. North Rind's businesses are struggling badly at the moment. In support of that, our applicant and client are looking to try and promote a wee bit of tourism in the countryside. They try hard at developing and spending money in the area through jobs and all that comes with that, but construction, services, and Jeanette Cochrane has basically said that she welcomes to support that application as well.
Thank you. Could we have, take your seats. Have James Mulroy, please. Supporter. 3 minutes, let you know 30 seconds to go.
Thank you for letting me speak today. I run a local engineering business in Kirkcudbright. We do a wide range of work from agricultural to commercial vehicles, car servicing and MOTs. I fully endorse Mr. Watt's application for a site. In my opinion, it could only bring positive gains to the local and surrounding area. I have built up my business over the last 20 years and now have 3 employees. Stranraer is mainly an agricultural area. With the recent crisis in the dairy sector, I have noticed a dramatic downturn in work. As a result, I have had to lay off 1 member of staff. Any new development project must surely be encouraged to try and sustain jobs and businesses in the local area. In the South Rins, for example, the local shop and pub in Sandhead are both prospering, mostly due to the local caravan site, which is getting busier every year. Our local shop and pub in Kirkcudbright could certainly benefit from Mr Watt's proposed site, as there is no recreational facilities in the North Rins area to attract tourists and holidaymakers. These glamping sites have proved very successful in other areas of the UK. They would bring different types of people to the area, which would do no harm to any existing hotel business, caravan site, or self-catering holiday cottages. If anything, hotels, pubs and shops would benefit from any increased trade. Thank you.
Members? Thank you very much. We have Billy McMillan again as the agent. And again, you've got 3 minutes, Billy. I'll let you know 30 seconds to go.
Thanks, Chair. Basically, committee, this is an extension of my client's existing business. He's been running a successful B&B for approximately 15 years and looking to diversify under ED2, trying to promote some tourism with a already struggling community and economy in the North Rins. As you can see from the design, it has been sympathetically located within the existing topography of the location and to reduce any visual impact that can be seen, some 700 or 800 metres away from any listed building, which is nearly a mile to be fair. It complies with policy HE1 and in that manner it's unlikely to be seen from the approach on the single track road. Traffic has been assessed by the roads department. There's some 9 formal passing places in that small section of road and 3 informal sections. These are to be upgraded, full standard of road specification to allow intermittent, let's face it, some intermittent passing where and when it happens. It's not going to be once every day. Looking at the traffic assessment, my client's milk production is reduced and or stopped, so it's actually a reduction in traffic on that road. And as touched on earlier on, there's bound to be heavy traffic, tractors with wide vehicles passing on it every single day. Minimal. Client tries to look and boost the local economy. Anticipated in his business plan some 400,000 injection at local businesses in the first year if successful. Local jobs, promoting much needed employment for area for construction, which is struggling in the North Rins, services, etc., local pubs, local shops, etc. Consideration has been given to the local area, surrounding area, where it's actually sited, where the access has been, how far away it is from distances. The topography of the land hopefully masks anything from seen on the approach. What else? Yeah, basically anything with any concerns that's been raised by light and stuff like that and passing and traffic, my client has we've dealt with direct. That's it, yeah.
Thank you. Members?
One of the objectors claimed that your client had sold or disposed of most of his farm, and it would appear by the figures the objector offered, your client retains about 40 acres of land. Is that about accurate?
I would say that's about accurate. Our applicant has had an illness in recent years and stuff like that, and that's why they've had to reduce the land, but it still seems to need some form of income as well. And to diversify in let's face it, a small scale project in that location, it's not got an adverse effect.
Thank you.
Okay.
David?
Thanks, Chair. I think you said that the applicant runs a B&B, but does he have parking spaces for any cars that come?
Yes, he has. That's within the parking spaces are at the farmhouse, and that's within the locus of the farmhouse.
Okay, thank you.
Members? No. Thank you very much. Members, we're now in session. Clarifying question?
Yes, thanks, Chair. I'm fairly certain I've actually seen correspondence from Pat Hanna to Councillor Dick on this, where it is unfortunately one of those regrettable instances where 6 individual representations had been received. Unfortunately, one of them was not entered into the back office system, so it was basically an admin error for which we've apologised to all parties concerned, and that's why it's at committee now.
Chair, could I just, on the other issue about notification, I think it was.
Yes, I think at registration there was an issue potentially with inaccurate drawing, and therefore direct neighbour notification was not carried out. However, the application was the subject of the requisite application, neighbour notification advertisement in the local press. The owner of the property in question at that time became aware of the application and made timely representations. So on that basis, it was considered that his rights had not been prejudiced, albeit that technically there was an issue at the registration stage.
Chair, thanks for those replies. I think that was important to clarify. I would actually like at this stage there, I know full well my ward has suffered from drop in economic development, and anything which increases it is only to be welcomed. I do have major concerns about this road, and I feel if the committee's minded that a site visit would be appropriate. I realise it's at the other end of the region, Chair, but I feel very strongly that there's a public safety here in relation to roads. I think we need to be absolutely certain about that, and the committee needs an appreciation of it before we make a decision. And
second for site visit. Bear that for a site visit.
In relation to item 9, members have decided to defer this item for a site visit.
Right, thanks members. Can we go into item 10? Barnchalloch Farm, Stonykirk, 15/B/1/0308. And we've got Billy Murray speaking to this one. Anytime you're ready, Billy. Once you're clear.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Again, this is a planning application for the continued siting of a mobile home for non-residential use. The caravan, the mobile home, is already on site, so that element of the proposal is retrospective. In addition, there's a proposal for the erection of a small wooden stable or field shelter and the formation of a horse turnout area or a horse turnout and exercise area. This is the application site. It's adjacent to a farmsteading at Barnchalloch Farm. That's a closer view of the site itself. Site outlined in red, the small projection to the left being where the field shelter is proposed. The larger part of the site is for the horse turnout area and exercise area. Site's accessed by a shared private farm track. Other residential properties using the same track can be seen on the left there. The farmhouse at Barnchalloch is in separate ownership, and that is immediately to the right of the bottom corner of the site in that view. Again, that's an even closer view. The position of the caravan shown in blue, the farmhouse at Barnchalloch just to the right. This is a view on the site approaching on the farm track. The track splits at that point. The road to the right, the track to the right goes to the steading. The track to the left goes to Barnchalloch farmhouse itself. The caravan, you'll note, is in the centre in that view, viewed against an existing former farm building. Again, that's a similar view. The land in the foreground in that view is the area where the turnout and exercise area is proposed. This is a closer view showing the caravan and the former agricultural building behind. There's mention in the report and in the background section there was a previous planning application approved to change that building into a dwelling house. That has since time lapsed. This is a view again, closer view of the caravan with the farmhouse in separate ownership beyond. Just a close view of the caravan itself. a view showing the juxtaposition of the dwelling house and the caravan. Closer view showing the proximity of the dwelling house to the caravan itself. This is a view from inside the farmhouse. Representations have been received from the owner and occupier of the farmhouse in terms of the potential amenity impact of the caravan on the farmhouse. It's only a distance of some 10 metres from the house to the caravan itself. So that image was taken from within the extension to the farmhouse, which is described by the owner as an office, just to indicate to members the potential impact of occupants of the caravan could see into the house at quite close proximity. To address that, you'll note that the recommendation includes a condition that would require a 2-metre high fence to be put up at that location, which would form a screen between the caravan and the dwelling house. This is a closer view of the proposed turnout and exercise area looking from the caravan. This is the site of the proposed field shelter. It's a small wooden field shelter stroke stable, which would be just backed against the fence to the right of the farm track at that location. And that's a view of the same site from the opposite direction. This is what's described in the report as the tack room. There's mention made of that as a potential opportunity to provide the same kind of facilities that the caravan is required for. These are the plans submitted with the application. Again, the site shown in red, the applicant's other land shown in blue. Closer view again. And the block plan showing the caravan, the exercise and turnout area, and the position of the septic tank and soakaway, which is in the exercise area itself, and the small stable on the right of the access track. So the recommendation is to approve, subject to conditions.
Thank you, Billy. Members, points of clarification? Ian?
I think it's within the conditions saying it's a temporary, but it's not explicit within the application in the writing at the beginning. I just take it as temporary, just for sure. I think it's about November 17 or something like that.
Yes, it's a temporary planning permission. The recommendation is that permission be granted for a period of 18 months.
Any other members? Nope. Could I have Neil Pace, objector, please? 3 minutes. Neil, 30, I'll let you know 30 seconds to go.
Mr. Foster has asked me to speak on his behalf. He lives in Barnchalloch Farm and would like it made clear that there has been considerable distress caused to himself and his family by the placement without any discussion or consultation of the caravan looking directly into his home. The applicants live only 20 minutes away. How can a 32-foot caravan be cost-effective or necessary for comfort breaks? It was suggested by a planning officer that they use the tack room, which is not overlooked, unlike the caravan. And a curtain is cheap enough for privacy. The toilet facilities in the caravan are currently not hooked up to sewage, so they will have to wait for the septic tank to be installed before they can use them. In that time, they could easily install a proper toilet. We are hoping they are using a chemical toilet at the moment. It's been on site for 12 months. If so, why can't they continue? The caravan has already been used for overnight stays in parties. If permission is granted, how will this be monitored and what recourse do we have if it's ignored? With regards to their stated plans to apply for planning permission for the building, they've had planning permission, let it lapse as stated. The planning officer states that the case is tenuous in his report and that the close proximity of the main window of the caravan is unacceptable. An elderly relative will soon be using the room, which is directly overlooked, for convalescence. She's had her leg amputated. Social Security have been there to measure up and so on. And obviously this has caused a lot of distress, and the placement of the caravan overlooking the only suitable room in the house is obviously causing more. The 2-metre high fence will not actually screen anything. From the photos, you can clearly see that the base of the caravan window is nearly 2 metres off the ground anyway. The caravan is raised up, so anybody sat at the window will be able to see over the fence and into the room. If they were standing there, they would have no screening at all. The sound turnout area will cause disturbance after no neighbours for 12 years. Mr. Foster's wife is a nurse and works night shifts.
30 seconds to go.
It was also suggested that a board be put to stop the sand blowing onto Mr. Foster's property. We are on the highest area of the peninsula. We get 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. It's not going to do anything. Of all the 4 residential properties in the lane, all of us have objected to the proposal, and we would like that considered.
Thank you. Members? Right. Thank you very much. Could I have Missy? Also got 3 minutes, and I'll let you know 30 seconds to go.
Good afternoon. My name is Liz Jones. I have owned the property in question at Barnchalloch for 19 years. The previous owners from myself ran an equestrian business from the farm when I bought the property there. There was also horses, stables and an arena, which is, you can still see the part of that at Bungalow, and there was also a pony at one of the cottages when I moved there. I did sell the house to Mr. Foster, who did not want to buy the barns and the fields at that time. I had applied and was granted outline planning permission to convert the barn to a house in 2006, and no objections in that policy from Scottish Water or Scottish Power at that time. I did actually retain legal access to my property along both driveways, the lane leading up to the house as well. I do actually have legal access up there, and there was retention of both electric and water in the barn. The water pump that pumps the water up to the house and the farm is actually located in my field. The water then runs to the barn and then goes into the house. That supplies the house and the farm. When planning was given, full percolation studies were done and permission granted for the septic tank. It was my plan to eventually to try and renew the planning permission and provide a suitable house eventually for my daughter. She's a keen show jumper. We currently own 3 horses, and they take a lot of commitment, especially if you're preparing for a show, if you've got visits from vets, physios, farriers, etc. The caravan seemed a very cheap and sensible option at the time to allow us to have somewhere clean, dry and warm with toilet facilities. It was not intended to sleep there unless we had to leave really early to a show or our horses were unwell and we needed to spend the night there, which I feel we might still need to do in certain circumstances. The only place we could have put the caravan is its current position. We did place it back from the barrier wall, and we set it back as far as we could because we needed the electric and water supply from the barn. I always intended building up the fence in front of the caravan, but have been able to do so as the builder who was working for the house had left a cement mixer there and has left 2 inches of thick concrete there. I would argue I have not invaded my neighbour's privacy as we have legal access in the lane, and we actually I built a wall at the back which overlooked, we were able to look into his kitchen, and I built that with no financial assistance. My brother owns the farm. It is a working farm and he has no objections to me actually, and I do feel it will
3 minutes.
I do feel it will tidy up the property, the proposed things. Thank you.
Members, no questions? Thank you very much. You can take your seat now. Members, now in session.
Just because it was mentioned about the close proximity of the windows for the caravan looking onto the house and so on, we have a standard, I think it's 18 metres windy to windy. Just wonder if we could get confirmation whether it complies with that restriction or not.
Really?
I mentioned that in the report, that the guidance says 18 metres window-to-window distance from domestic residential properties. This is not a residential property. Notwithstanding, however, as I indicate in the report, the amenity issue is a significant concern, which is why the condition was recommended to try and address this, the condition requiring the fence. I mean, I think it's fair to say that the other way that the amenity issue could be addressed is by relocating the caravan. And I do mention that in the report as well. You know, the caravan could be set elsewhere on the site, or indeed it simply could be moved to the west far enough that the existing stone barn would screen it entirely from the window to the dwelling house. That would be a matter for the applicant. If it was easier for them to move the caravan, potentially that could address it possibly better than the fence.
Ian?
My only thoughts would be if it's a residential, I know it's not residential, but it would be a frosted glass, and quite a simple thing to fit a plastic lining. And if that helps both parties, I think it would be simple and cheap for the applicant, and it would help rectify the problem that the objectors got.
Any other members? Jane?
If I've got this right, there is no planning permission extant of the barn. It's lapsed. That's right. I don't know why we would be, in any other circumstances, providing a static caravan beside a field for a horse. I mean, I don't know why on earth we would do that. I have to say I'm inclined to say we refuse this, because there's absolutely no obvious reason to have this caravan here at all. It's been there, and there's no good reason given to me that we actually have to have this caravan there, and every good reason through our policies not to have it.
Ian?
If the applicant in this case had decided to park a touring caravan at the side, would that have been permissible? And when does a mobile home that's also on wheels and can be moved, when does that become not a touring caravan?
In terms of permitted development rights, if there was a dwelling house there, they could park a caravan. So if you own a house and you have a touring caravan, you're permitted to park it within the curtilage of the dwelling house without requiring planning permission, and that can be used occasionally for family members or visitors or the like. In this circumstance, there's no dwelling house, first of all, so no permitted development rights accrue. In terms of caravan legislation, there are certain similar permitted development rights for caravans that would permit the siting of a touring caravan on land and for up to 28 days in any 12-month period, but for more than 2 consecutive nights in a row. There are other reasons you could have a caravan there for seasonal workers or the like. None of these apply here. So I think the simple answer to your question is that regardless of whether it was a touring caravan or a static caravan in this circumstance, it would need planning permission.
I have a great deal of sympathy with Jane. I mean, the suggestion of putting fake or screened windows, it's known with no way enforcing it or managing it, so I don't think that's acceptable. I think a higher barrier than 2 metres would block out light into the other property, so you'd have a detrimental effect on the property, although you maybe screen the 2 windows. And it seems to me, in an emergency, the tack room could be used with a bed in it for animal welfare. So I'm kind of sympathetic to the idea that it really shouldn't be there.
Davy?
Hi, sorry, Chair. Is that the opposite end of the caravan we're looking at? Because what the... No, on the right. Aye, but what I'm asking is, I think Billy mentioned moving the caravan. Is that... Yes, and that would block the window of the caravan away from the house. But you could also put a fence up. I didn't necessarily agree with the loss of light to the house, but ensure that the fence covers the window of that caravan. The gentleman first said that a 6 foot high wouldn't cover it, but we need to ensure that it's covered. Other than that, I'd go with under those conditions. But I think the simple thing is to move the caravan, I would have thought.
Ian?
Yeah, I agree with Councillor.
Sorry, Billy?
Chair, just to be clear, maybe in that view it would help, when I talked about moving the caravan, if the caravan was moved to the right in that view, if you then go back to the view from the dwelling house, so if the caravan was moved to the right in the previous view, it wouldn't need to be moved that far before it became invisible from that window.
Ian?
Yeah, I would probably agree with Councillor McKeon that just move the thing back, it's then invisible. It's a temporary arrangement to, what is it, November 17? Given that it's already there, probably the most practical outcome. So if Councillor McKee's making that a motion, I'll second it with that condition that it's moved.
Quite happy to make that a motion, Chair.
Right, well, I'll put in an amendment that we refuse the application on the grounds that it does not fit with our policies, and there is no demonstrable reason, overriding reason to have that caravan at that place, particularly since there is no extant permission next door at the barn.
Ian?
Yeah, with relation to moving the caravan to the right, is that not a door, an access door into the barn to the right-hand side? And if that was done, that would obscure that door.
Again, at risk of digging up something that Councillor Gilroy said earlier, we've got to determine the application that's before us. I don't know if Billy can take us back to the site plan, but is this even to move it, would that be shifting it with a red line? No, it's still within that. Operationally, I think there is an issue with if we start playing around with things and moving caravans in front of doors, that could cause issues. You clearly have a recommendation to do with it being temporary and also requiring, well, it says a 2 metre high close boarded fence here, but you could say 2 metre close boarded fence or such other height as is agreed, so that would just show what would be cutting it off. But I'm struggling to see that we should be asking for a caravan to be moved. I think that's probably going ultra vires. Could I also ask if Councillor Maitland saying it's contrary to our policies, could you be more specific as to which policies it's contravening, please?
I think OP1, because it's certainly not, doesn't fit in well with the, I've lost OP1.
OP1's on page 24, and certainly you would have potential loss of privacy on neighbouring properties, falls under OP1E, general amenities, so that would be competent. That's the one you're citing.
That it is the case.
Motion? No, don't think we've got a motion now, because the motion was to move the caravan, is it not? Sorry, Jane, have you got a second there?
I'm not sure.
Ian?
No, yet. If depending on what was said, Chairman, I think I would certainly be willing to move the recommendations as they are. I think green of whatever type David's alluded to, a potential beefing up the condition. But I do think it's temporary. It's a clear intent to show that this is a short-term solution. It's not a permanent solution. Got some sympathy with the amendment as it comes forward with that, but I think over the next 18 months there could possibly be a positive resolution to this. If not, it would be looked at that point.
Archie?
Actually, I just what I was going to say. It's a temporary thing. This is 18 months. I think for privacy matters, we raise as a planning committee, one of the conditions could be that we raise the fence so that it's high enough to ensure that privacy. and that covers all the area. It's 18 months to move a caravan like that, 6 feet or whatever. The wind will blow it back in that area, But the situation is that to get rid of that caravan, they're going to have to get a low loader up there. And in 18 months, it would take that long to organise it.
Right, we've got a mover and a seconder of the motion. Jane's not got a... Jane, did you get a seconder?
I don't think anybody's quite being going to support me now, so I'd like my dissent recorded, please.
Right. Do that. Right. Members agreed. You got that.
Chair, was that, Chair, just for clarification, was that agreed with a requirement to amend the condition in respect to the height of the fence? Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
And members have agreed to approve the application subject to conditions and also and condition number 3 is amended. Councillor Maitland wishes to record her dissent.
For the reasons given. For the reasons given.
Yeah, item 11 on the agenda now. Field to the east of Southbound Slip Road junction at A76 and A74, Gretna, 16/P/4/0048. And we've got Andrew Robinson here speaking this one. Are you Andrew?
Yeah, okay, thank you, Chair. Yeah, this application has been submitted under Section 42 of the Town and Country Planning Scotland Act to develop land without compliance with conditions previously attached to a planning permission. That planning permission in question was the approval and construction of landform and erection of a steel sculpture at Gretna, better known as the Star of Caledonia. The application site is situated on the northeastern side of the M74 motorway at Gretna, where the southeastern boundary bounds the English border, which actually runs along by the River Sark. And this proposed site plan shows the proposed sculpture and landform in the top of the slide and a temporary access track, which you can just sort of see meandering along here. That's the temporary construction access track that would be utilised to construct the sculpture. And condition 5 of the previous planning permission for this required this road, this access track, to be stopped up and the land reinstated within 3 months of the completion of the development. This application before you today proposes amending the timescale of that previous condition to a 12-month period. The reasons the applicant has stated, which are within paragraph 1.4 of the report. This slide just is really for a recap of what the proposal was. So this shows the proposed sculpture as seen from the motorway, which is the subject of the main planning permission. And just to clarify, the proposal before you is actually, it's not seeking a reassessment of this proposal, it's merely just with the details of one of the conditions that was attached to the previous permission. So this is the site, looking from the Gretna Gateway Outlet Village opposite. This is where the sculpture would be located, and this is looking along the southeastern boundary. And this is where the access track would be constructed. So it's along through this field, then under the railway viaduct, and then it just follows the River Sark up until the classified road near Springfield. And this is where it would come out. This access track here is actually nothing to do with the proposal. It's just something that's been temporarily formed by Network Rail doing some works on the railway line. But effectively, the proposed access track would follow that. So in conclusion, there's considered to be no material planning reasons to conclude that the use and removal of this access track within a 12-month period as opposed to 3 would be unacceptable. And the request to approve the application subject to amended condition 5 is considered acceptable. As applications under section 42 of the Act are a brand new planning permission, they're not a variation of that planning permission, then it's also necessary to reattach all the previous conditions that were attached to the previous planning permission.
Any other points of clarification? None? Agree the recommendation?
Agree the recommendations, Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, could we now go to item 12 on the agenda? Daar Road Offices, High Street, Kirkcudbright, 16/B/2/0080. Billy, speaking of this one again. Right, Billy.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is an application for listed building consent made by the council, which is why it's before committee. It's to facilitate change of use of the ground floor of the offices at Daar Road, part of the ground floor of the offices at Daar Road to form a public library. So that's the application site. The building is listed because it's attached to the Category B listed council offices which front onto High Street. So that was a later extension. You'll probably be familiar with the building. That's the office exterior. Ground floor will be converted into a library of that section. That's another view of the same building. On the approach to the entrance would stay the same. There's no external alterations whatsoever. Just a couple of images inside the building to give you a flavour of the modern character of the building. In other words, there are no important historic features in that building at the moment. The alterations are essentially some slapping, some taking down of partitions, formation of new doorways, and a new suspended ceiling. These are the drawings submitted with the application, location plan, block plan that shows the alterations that I've just described to you, and the proposed works and proposed finishes. So it becomes a public library. The reception, etc., stays the same. The entrance stays the same. Sections. So it's considered that the proposed works would have no material impact on the character of the listed building, so the recommendation is to approve unconditionally.
Billy?
Agree the recommendation?
Your recommendations? Number 13 is Gracefield Art Centre, Edinburgh Road, Dumfries, 16/P/3/0041. I've got David speaking in this one.
Yes, somebody give Carla the day off today, so I got land. This is basically Gracefield Art Centre. You've got an existing fairly utilitarian access ramp into the building, and the proposal here is really just to remove that and form a graded tarmac ramp up with over 10 metres. You would actually have a 0.5 metre increase, so you can see that sort of fan that's put along there to give that increase. There's just sections and elevations of it. So it would actually involve the removal of a very utilitarian ramp that you're seeing down in the bottom left corner here, and the formation of a more gradated one. Again, it's just because it's a listed building and it's a council proposal, it needs to come before yourselves, but the recommendation is to approve subject to conditions.
Members got any?
I take it similar to what's outside here.
Stephen?
Shorter, but similar.
Points of is that a point of clarification,
Yeah.
Stephen?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It was just what impact will it have on the parking area, if any?
I did look at that. The short answer is very little. They've got the plan there that shows the parking that's around. Because it's such a low gradient, you probably still will be able, you'll certainly be able to access over it. And you've got 2 disabled parking spaces nearby.
Any more points of clarification? Item 14 on the agenda, land adjacent to Stonehouse, Gretna, 15/P/4/0249. David, just Archie.
Chair, it's just looking at the actual report and remembered the discussion. I put the application forward for approval rather as refusal. There is some issues in there that says 3 or more separate habitable or occupied houses which are well related to each other and which create a sense of place would have been acceptable to the reporter if it was a one-storey building. Now, there is some issues there with what information the developer was given, but I just wanted to note that I was not happy with the response and some of the issues that we discussed on the actual day weren't given the due consideration that should have done.
But no further business. Thank you all for attending this meeting today. Longest you've had yet, I think.